The Senate will come to order. Will the clerk please call the roll?
Bridges. Buckner. Coleman. Cook. Coram. Danielson. Danielson. Donovan. Finberg. Fields. Gardner. Janal. Gonzalez. Hanson. Heisey. Holbert. Hawkes Lewis. Kirkmeyer. Colker. Lee. Liston. Lundin. Moreno. Pedersen. Pedersen. Priola. Rankin. Rodriguez. Scott. Simpson. Smallwood. Smallwood. Is that him? Nope.
Senator Holbert, do you know where Senator Smallwood is?
No, I'm on Smallwood.
Smallwood?
There he is. Smallwood. Sonnenberg. Story. Winter. Woodward. Zenzinger.
Do you have to be late?
Mr. President.
Here. The morning roll call is 35 present, 0 absent, 0 excused. We have a quorum. Would the good senator from Aurora please lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance?
Good morning. Please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic which stands one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Approval of the journal. Senator Coleman.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the reading of the journal, Monday, May 24, 2021, be dispensed with, and that the journal be approved as corrected by the Secretary.
You have heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The motion is adopted. Senate Services.
May 25th, correctly printed Senate Bill 286, 287, SJR 25, and SJR 6, correctly engrossed Senate Bills 258, 284, SJRs 21, SJR 6, correctly re-engrossed Senate Bills 234, 235, 245, 251, 255, 257, correctly revised House Bill 1268, correctly re-revised House Bills 1024, 1028, 1064, 1141, 1164, 1181, 1201, 1206, and 1242, correctly enrolled Senate Resolution 6.
Committee reports.
May 24th, Committee on Business, Labor, and Technology, after consideration of the merits, Committee recommends the following: House Bill 1007 be amended as follows. So amended, be referred to Committee on Appropriations. Favorable recommendation. May 24th, Committee on Business, Labor, and Technology, after consideration of the merits, Committee recommends the following: Senate Bill 233 be amended as follows. So amended, be referred to Committee on Appropriations with favorable recommendation. May 24th, Committee on Finance, after consideration of the merits, Committee recommends the following: House Bill 1077 be referred favorably to Committee on Appropriations. May 24th, Committee on Finance, after consideration of the merits, Committee recommends the following: Senate Bill 273 be amended as follows. So amended, be referred to Committee on Appropriations with favorable recommendation. May 24th, Committee on Finance, after consideration of the merits, Committee recommends the following: House Bill 1208 be amended as follows. So amended, be referred to Committee on Appropriations with favorable recommendation.
Third reading of bills, final passage, consent calendar. Will the clerk please read all the bills listed on the consent calendar?
Senate Bill 258 by Senators Janal and Rankin, Representatives Snyder and Hanks, concerning the administration of state assistance programs to mitigate the risk of wildlife and in connection with creating the Wildfire Mitigation Capacity Development Fund and the Hazard Mitigation Fund, transferring money into specifically designed wildfire funds and making an appropriation. House Bill 1268 by Representative Tatone and Will and Senators Hansen and Simpson, concerning a requirement that Colorado institutions of higher education study potential use of emerging technologies to more effectively manage Colorado's water supply in connection with making an appropriation conditional on the receipt of matching funds from gifts, grants, and donations.
Mr. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move for the passage of all the bills on the third reading of bills consent calendar, which includes Senate Bill 258 and House Bill 1268.
Is there any discussion on any of the bills listed on the third reading of bills consent calendar? Seeing none, are there any no votes on any of the bills listed on the third reading of bills consent calendar? With 35 ayes, 0 no, 0 absent, 0 excused, Senate Bill 258 is passed. Co-sponsors: Senators Moreno, Danielson, Simpson, Hawkes Lewis, Lundin, Hansen, Bridges, Gardner, Colker, Woodward, Cook, Patterson, Winter, Story, Gonzalez, Lee, Heisey, Sonnenberg, Kirkmeyer, Liston, Mr. Minority Leader, Scott, Coram, Priola, Zenzinger. Please add the President. With 35 ayes, 0 no, 0 absent, 0 excused, House Bill 1268 is passed. Co-sponsors: Senators Sonnenberg, Rankin, Colker, Scott, Gonzalez, Winter, Heisey, Buckner, Bridges, Kirkmeyer, Hawkes Lewis, Lee, Patterson, Story, Coram, Priola. Please add the President. Third reading of bills, final passage. Will the clerk please read the title to Senate Bill 284?
Senate Bill 284 by Senators Hansen and Rankin and Representatives Herod and Larson, concerning evidence-based evaluation to assist the General Assembly in determining appropriate level of funding for the program or practice and in connection with making an appropriation.
Senator Hansen.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move Senate Bill 284 on third reading and final passage.
Is there any discussion? Seeing none, the motion is the passage of Senate Bill 284 on third reading and final passage. Are there any no votes? With 35 aye votes, 0 no, 0 absent, 0 excused, Senate Bill 284 is passed. Co-sponsors: Senators Moreno, Winter, Colker, Simpson, Buckner, Cook, Priola, Lundin. Please add Senator Sonnenberg. Please add the President. General order, second reading of bills. Senator Moreno.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the Senate resolve itself into the Committee of the Whole for consideration of general order, second reading of bills.
You have heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The motion is adopted. The Senate will resolve itself to the Committee of the Whole for consideration of general order, second reading of bills, and Senator Moreno will take the chair.
The committee will come to order and the coat rule is relaxed for everyone in the chamber. Mr. Panetta, will you please read the title of the Senate bill? Mr. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move that we proceed out of order to take up House Bill 1232.
The motion is to proceed out of order to consider House Bill 1232. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it, and we will proceed out of order as requested by the Majority Leader. Mr. Panetta, will you please read the title of this House Bill 1232?
House Bill 1232 by Representative Robertson, Judah, and Senators Donovan concerning the establishment of a standardized health benefit plan to be offered in Colorado in connection therewith making an appropriation.
Senator Donovan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move House Bill 1232 on second reading, as well as the Health and Human Services Committee report.
To the Health and Human Services Committee report, Senator Donovan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Chair. The committee report, shockingly enough, we had to fix something that happened on seconds in the House. So we did that, and that fix was to make sure that the reports, the third-party reports that this bill requires, were separated to make sure that they remained focused on the right groups. The committee report also fixed some technical changes. I ask for your support.
Is there further discussion on the Health and Human Services Committee report? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of the report. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the report is adopted. To the bill. Senator Gonzalez.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I rise in support of House Bill 1232. We're going to have a big conversation today about this policy. And I want to start this conversation by grounding us not in the politics of inside this building. Because if I want to be honest, this bill has been a job creator for lobbyists. I have gotten more comments, more notes, more text messages, more fact sheets from lobbyists on this bill than probably any other bill that we're going to discuss and debate this legislative session. So let me not talk about the lobbyists. Let me talk about the Coloradans, the folks in my community who have been begging us to take action to make healthcare more affordable for Coloradans across this state. I want to ground y'all in the reality of the folks that I spoke to earlier this year as we were navigating COVID vaccine clinics. As I was registering people to sign up for vaccine clinics, just a couple of weeks ago, y'all, folks were asking questions. How much is this going to cost? Do I need to show an insurance card? What do I do if I don't have insurance? I'm terrified about accessing the vaccine because I don't have health insurance. That's the structural problem that has made this pandemic uneven across community. The fact that there are lots of folks who have health insurance, but there are over 15% of Latinos in our state who do not have health insurance today. And then we wonder why Latinos have been hardest hit by the pandemic. Because when folks got sick, they delayed going to the doctor until it was really, really too late. We're going to have a big conversation today around this policy, around how it will expand access so that folks who haven't had insurance will now have the opportunity to get insurance, about the way in which we can limit out-of-pocket expenses, about the way in which we can ensure that people from diverse communities, black folks, brown folks, indigenous folks, poor folks, rural folks, can access health insurance in an affordable manner. And we're gonna have a lot of conversation around different special interests. You're going to see a bunch of amendments. We've seen a bunch of amendments as this bill has moved through the legislative process from this special interest or from that special interest. But at the end of the day, I'm here and I rise in support of this bill because we know that this bill is going to help improve the lives of the folks who haven't had access to affordable health insurance thus far. So let's create an insurance plan that people can actually afford. And that's the intent of House Bill 1232. I look forward to the debate, y'all. Thank y'all.
Mr. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. As we enter this debate, I just want to say a couple of words. First and foremost, I want to say thank you to all. Yes, this is a bit of a job creation program for the lobby, perhaps. But I do want to thank everybody who has worked on this policy over the last several years. This is not the first time we've debated this issue. Probably won't be the last. In one way or another, we are going to be talking about healthcare reform. Probably even if this bill passes, we're going to be talking about this topic, this particular topic when it comes to healthcare reform for maybe years to come. But I want to thank everybody for the time, the effort, the passion they've put into this debate over the course of several years, including the sponsor in this chamber. This is a deeply personal issue, and that's why I think it is so such a heated, sometimes polarized discussion. I wanted to share a couple of thoughts as we begin this discussion, because for me it's also personal. My father was a family doc. He was an old school family practice physician. He had the black bag. He always had the stethoscope around his neck, and he got into it because he loved helping people. And every Thursday, we would go out to breakfast, and it would be super early before they dropped me off for school. And every single Thursday, when we went out for breakfast together, just myself, my mom, my dad, somebody would come up to the table, a patient or a family member of a patient, and say how much they loved my dad and how he took care of whatever the ailment was or the issue was for that personal story that they had. And it meant the world to me to think about my father as this person who was just a regular guy who every Thursday we had breakfast, but random strangers would come up to him and say, sometimes thank you for helping getting my kid in to see you when he had the flu. Other times it would be something much more serious, and it would essentially be saying, thank you for catching that thing that we didn't know what it was, and you directed us to the right person, the right specialist, the right hospital, and it saved my son's life, or what have you. It's personal for me when we talk about healthcare reform and family docs or other parts of the healthcare industry come out and say that this is going to devastate their profession. Because I remember when I was a young kid and I would talk to my dad and talk about what I wanted to do when I grew up, and he would say, just promise me one thing. You won't become a doctor. And it's pretty sad if you think about it, because he loved his job. He loved what he did. Almost every day somebody in the community would come up to him and tell him how grateful they were for his services and how he took care of their family. And he said, don't do what I did. And the reason was because he felt like healthcare had become broken. It was no longer the profession that he went into. And there are all kinds of reasons. A lot of blame can go around. I'm sure there's plenty of blame that can be directed at the health insurance companies, the hospitals, the conglomerates, the university systems, the pharmacy benefit managers, and yes, the government. Every player in healthcare deserves some of the blame for getting us into the mess that we often are in today when it comes to healthcare policy. There are many middlemen. There are middlemen for the middlemen in healthcare these days, and everybody takes a little bit of a cut. And I am not going to stand here today. I'm not going to debate with all of you for the rest of this morning about how this is the silver bullet, that this bill is going to solve the problem once and for all. But I don't think anybody can say with a straight face that what we currently have is really good, that everybody's getting what they need and access is fine, affordability is pretty much where it needs to be. I don't think anybody can make that claim. And this is such a deeply personal issue, not just for myself, not just for my family, but for literally everyone, whether you're involved in the industry as a profession or whether you're just the patient and receives health care. We have to work on this. We can't just simply say, it's kind of broken, it's a mess, everybody's taking a little bit of the cost and therefore we all pay for it and we'll just keep going on and see if maybe there's an end in sight. We have to put innovative options on the table. I support this bill. I think it's gotten to a place where it's reasonable and so many different various stakeholders have been a part of getting it to where it is today, and I know there are several amendments coming that will move the ball even further down the field in terms of getting this bill to a good place where it's implementable. I want to thank the sponsor and all of the folks in support or in opposition that have been part of this debate and this discussion for several years. I'm hopeful that we will get something big done this session through this bill to see if this is a path forward, to begin to reduce costs, to begin to increase access, to begin to solve the problem that my father told me about when I asked him what I should do when I grow up. And when he said, whatever you do, don't become a doctor. Because he's sick of dealing with the insurance companies and the payments. He's sick of dealing with the red tape. He's sick of, frankly, dealing with the government, telling him how many patients he has to see and all of that. We've turned it into something that he no longer loved. And I think we need to start thinking about the humanity that originally was behind healthcare and helping people. And I think this bill, although again is not a solution to all of the problems and all the ailments in our healthcare system, but I think it's something we have to try. I think it's something that is going to tell us if creating a new option for Coloradans can help bring a little bit more humanity into the healthcare system so people know that there is an option out there for them, that it can be more accessible, it can be more affordable, it doesn't maybe devastate their livelihood and their finances if they have to go to the doctor. And I look forward to the debate today. I want to again thank everybody who's put blood, sweat, and tears into this. And I'm hopeful that we'll get to a place where Colorado can be a model for how to do this, maybe not perfect, but a little bit better than what we've done over the last several decades. But again, thank you, and looking forward to the debate today.
Senator Buckner.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have a lot of emotions today because when I think about this public option bill, 1232, I think about this past year and what we went through during the pandemic. This past year has been a year of truth being exposed, inequities being exposed in all areas, but especially in healthcare. This bill is really personal to me. And yes, I have mixed emotions. I have friends who are doctors. I have relatives. We have a lot of doctors in my family. And I have had this conversation with many of my doctor friends, many of my family doctor friends, and many of my constituents. This bill is personal to me because I could be in the shoes of many people who cannot afford health care. During the pandemic, obviously you all know that there were a larger percentage of people of color who were sick with COVID during the pandemic. I know many of those people. They were scared to death to go to the doctor because they were afraid of the bills. They were so afraid of having to go to the hospital because they didn't know if they were going to be able to afford to pay the hospital bills. So right before our eyes, we had a revelation of how people of color and lower means were not going to be able to receive the health care they deserved. The art of compromise has been used with this bill. There's no such thing as perfection. I have made sure that every stakeholder I talked to, whether they were for this bill or against this bill, I took those ideas back to the sponsors. I took those ideas to the Department of Insurance. I made sure that all ideas and all concerns were discussed and that they were listened to fairly. One thing we can be assured of is when this legislation passes, because I do believe it is going to pass, we will make sure that everyone is held accountable to make sure that the bill that we are presenting will be enacted effectively, honestly, and we will make sure that there are everything that we need in place to make sure that everyone who deserves to have health care will get that health care. Access. So many of my friends have told me about access, and I know this for a fact. Access is crucial. People of color and lower income people are not getting access to health care that they need. In this amazing state of Colorado, we have to make sure that everyone has access to fair, quality health care. You know, I have a lot of friends who used to have more money. I'll just say it plainly. They used to have more money. And now they are in a totally different predicament at this point of their lives, and they cannot afford health care. This is not right. We have to make a stand, and it's not an easy stand to take, but we have to make a stand to make sure that everyone has the option for health care, no matter what community they live in. So I stand in support of this bill, 21-1232, and my dear friend, who I have known since she was 4 years old, State Representative Iman Judah. I have known her since she was 4 years old, and when she decided to be a co-prime sponsor of this bill, we had many conversations. She's Muslim, she's a woman of color, and she told me stories of her community at her mosque of people who could not access good health care. That's how I got drawn into this bill, because of my relationship with Representative Iman Judah. And the fact that now this young lady I've known since she was 4 years old put her whole self into this bill. And I know what her intentions are, and I know what the intentions of this bill are. So I stand in support of this bill, And I'm asking you to listen to the debates we're going to have with an open mind, knowing that this is not perfection, but it is going to make a huge difference in so many lives. Thank you.
Senator Donovan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, colleagues, and good morning. I appreciated Senator Fenberg's story. I feel like I've heard a lot of Senator Fenberg stories, or the good Senator from Boulder stories, but I haven't heard that one. When I was in high school, I routinely went to the Stedman Hawkins Clinic in Vail. Dr. Stedman and Dr. Hawkins were some of the leading folks on orthopedic surgery. They were the ones who essentially invented having your knee scoped, that you could replace your knee with 3 small incisions that became almost badges of honor in my community if you had those 3 Stedman incisions. And I told them, it was a small town, so told them that I really wanted to go into medicine when I grew up, that I was going to be a doctor. And they would often let me watch surgeries, and it was remarkable. I got to watch them repair my friend's arm from standing next to the surgical table. And that art of medicine, that innovation and creativity was wonderful to see. I obviously didn't become a doctor, even though through going through the University of Notre Dame, I stayed pre-med, took the MCAT. But when the decision kind of came, that pivotal point in your 20s where you decide what you're going to be when you grow up, I remember the discussion in the basement of my dorm. There was a handful of us, and we just kind of had one of those great all-night college discussions of what would the future of medicine be. And similar to what Finberg's father told him, many of us arrived that medicine and healthcare, as thought of in the United States, was not perhaps the idealistic field that I had thought of it was in middle school and high school. So I didn't pursue working in healthcare, but I've always had that feeling that it's our duty as just humankind, one of the demarcations of being human. I was an anthropology major too, is to try to help people, right? That's something that we routinely do, whether that helping is, the casserole delivered on a Wednesday for a family on hard times, if it's someone helping change a tire on a country road, if it's lending your phone charger to a stranger in an airport because they need to charge their battery. We have human nature to help each other out. And for the last 7 years, I've had the privilege, 6.5, 7, who's counting? How many days left, Minority Leader? 18, but who's counting? For the last 6.5 years or so, I've had the privilege of serving along all of you. And in that time, whether in the minority or the majority, we've always done what we can to serve the Coloradans that we represent. You all know my district is a big one. It's 7 counties spread across the high country and western slope. And just like Colorado itself, one of the many things that makes SD5 so special is how diverse it is. From the ski towns in Eagle County to the farms and ranches in Delta, Hinsdale, those magnificent mountain landscapes, the amazing rivers of Chiefy, the communities of Gunnison, the art and culture in Pitkin. Our work and our politics and our struggles vary. But no matter where in my district you go, no matter where over the past 6.5 years, no matter where in the state you go, there's one challenge that folks agree on has reached a point that we must continue to fight and address for it, and that's that many of us cannot afford our health care. I would be one of those people likely if I didn't have this part-time job as a citizen lawmaker. I know that I'm not alone in this chamber when I say that year after year, I've heard the devastating stories from my constituents whose lives have been forever altered because they and their families couldn't afford the care they so desperately needed. Even just a year ago, I was taking panicked phone calls from people in my district because we required a doctor's note to begin to access even the most preliminary response to the COVID pandemic. And people across my district were lighting my phone up saying, a doctor's note? I don't have a doctor. How am I even supposed to do what you're asking me to do? When 1 in 5 of us struggle to pay for health care, or we go without care entirely, and when 1 in 6 counties in our state still only have one plan to choose from on the individual market, I don't think the current system is working, particularly when you pair that fact with knowing how large some salaries are and knowing how large some profit margins can be. Even for hospitals that have nonprofit in their name, their profit margins are staggering. We cannot remain quiet. I cannot remain quiet. That is probably isn't a surprise to you nor my brothers. To do nothing to not reduce these costs would be a failure of the reason that I ran for office, and that was to try to use this position to improve the lives of people across Colorado. This bill, 1232, a bill number that's an absolute nightmare for anyone who has dyslexia, but alas, we don't get to choose our numbers. 1232 is the result of a years-long collaborative process and an intense process over the past 4 months. A group of providers, carriers, practitioners, advocacy groups, citizen, and legislators came together because we refused to accept the status quo. We also refused to ever close our door to negotiations or not take another meeting or another phone call or look at another amendment. I'm really grateful to my friends in the House for the hours and hours and hours of meetings that they have taken on this. We're moving forward together with the knowledge that access to affordable, high-quality care in Colorado should and can be a reality. And it shouldn't be done in a punitive way, and it will not be done on the backs of those who've committed to helping people. From day one, we wanted this bill to bring everyone to the table in an effort to help our neighbors and our friends. And I think the compromise bill that I'll ask for your support of today hits that spirit of bringing everyone to the table with the goal of reducing healthcare costs by 18%, increasing access across every part of the state, while having built-in checks and balances in the bill that will hold us accountable to that promise. We know that access to health insurance coverage has a positive impact on health outcomes, financial security, well-being. It does make our state better. Right now, like so many times before, we have the distinct privilege to lead the way. That's not easy. And we can deliver meaningful change to the Coloradans we represent. It's really quiet in here. We're asleep. Like I was saying, we have enormous responsibility in this chamber. The topics change, the debates vary. The folks we listen to adjust. But boy, are we lucky that we have been elected by the people of Colorado to improve the state. That's pretty neat. And while I don't expect this to be a unanimous vote today, one can hope. I do respect each of you for the work you do for your constituents. And I hope that in this bill, you will see the respect that I have for all of you and for the healthcare community, while of course maintaining my primary and solemn commitment that my job in this chamber is to be the voice of the constituents who don't have a lobbyist, but have told me year after year that they have to choose between a mortgage or their health care, or they had to spend down their child's college savings fund so that they could buy a health care plan, or that the reason that they moved to the mountains was to ski, and they're not going to do that this year because they can't afford health care. Thank you for allowing me this time at the mic. I appreciate your consideration. Thanks for giving me the grace to be emotional in front of you. It's embarrassing, but it shows the importance of this. I wish it wasn't on camera. But I'll end here. Time and time again, I've seen this body come together to solve big problems. And even the opposition, when we come together, makes things better. That's reflected in this bill. There is no problem, I'm convinced, that we can't solve when we do it together. And so I'm glad to be here today to try to address health care as a body for the people of Colorado. And now, if any of you run amendments on my bill, you should feel guilty.
The committee will be in a senatorial 5.
Do I have the 2 amendments? Thank you.
I'll give you the other one when we get there.
There is an amendment on the desk. Mr. Panetta, will you please read Amendment L171?
Amendment L171 to House Bill 1232.
Senator Donovan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The good Senator Pat Stedman said, "Never cry at the well," so apologies to Senator Stedman. I ask for your support for L71. This is a significant amendment for what? 171? Yep. I mean, I pulled 150 of them, so no. Amendment L171 is one of our final grand compromises on this bill. This is the doctor's amendment, as it's been colloquially called, and I believe that many of you have heard from the Colorado Medical Society asking you to support this amendment. Happy to answer questions on it. I have shared it with the minority party and the majority party, but it does 2 main things. It removes the warning and fines from the bill with respect to the healthcare providers. And then it also adds in that the commissioner shall monitor where we are seeing problem areas if healthcare providers are not participating. Ask for your support for Amendment 171.
Senator Donovan, will you please move Amendment L?
Oh, so sorry, Mr. Chair, thought I had. I move Amendment 171 to House Bill 1232.
To the amendment, Senator Janal.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I want to thank the bill sponsor for working on this issue because it was a really important issue in regards to our healthcare professionals. If they were mandated to have to take this option, not a public option, but a Colorado option, I guess as you would call it, these physicians would either, if they didn't face or take patients within this particular insurance option, then they would face fines of $5,000 a year, and no other state in this country mandates healthcare professionals to take any type of insurance, Medicaid, Medicare, anything. And I believe that if this wasn't accepted in a final agreement, that we would lose a lot of physicians. And it wasn't only just specialists, because I heard that it was, at first I heard this was dealing with specialists, but it's not just specialists. It's primary care. It's also nurse practitioners. It's also physical therapists. It's everybody who has a license to practice and takes insurance. And so this compromise came through hard work with the great senator from Vail. Okay, close enough. And I know that physicians would like to participate if they can. They also want to help folks with a lower cost of health care, but mandating them would just not be ethical. And so I want to thank you for bringing this amendment forward, and I think it will help tremendously. Thank you.
Further discussion on Amendment L171. Senator Fields.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I do rise in strong support of this amendment. And the reason I stand in strong support of the amendment, because I think just coming out of a pandemic, COVID-19, I saw how hospitals and doctors and other frontline workers did all they could do to make sure that we were fighting this virus. And yet, we had this bill, House Bill 1232, that wanted to penalize doctors and hospitals. We haven't gotten to that part yet. That may be an amendment that's coming up. But I'm just going to stay focused on the amendment that we're discussing today. I have always believed that that was the wrong message at the wrong time to be sending doctors. We're going to fine you after you risked your family. You're working long hours, putting your other people at risk at the hospital and everybody else to secure the safety and the well-being of our state. And I can tell you that hospitals, I have 4 hospitals in my district, 4 of them. I'll be talking a little bit more about them. But I have 4 major hospitals in my district. And they stepped up big time. I don't know if the governor called them or not, but I know that they did what they had to do because of their mission. And let me tell you, if somebody's sick, you can just go to any emergency room. They'll figure out the finances later. So when someone says that they don't have a doctor, that may be true, but if you're sick, you can go to any emergency room. And those doctors are well trained because they can treat just about anybody that comes through the door. And they figure out the finances later. I don't know any emergency room that would deny a patient treatment if they're sick. I represent Senate District 29, and I see people walking up and down the street sick all the time. And oftentimes, they find their way into emergency rooms when they get sick enough. And I've never known an emergency doc to say, I'm not going to treat you today. Because you don't have insurance. It doesn't work that way. They do take an oath. And if someone's is sick, even if they're poor, they're going to treat them. But what we need to be focusing in on is prevention and intervention. And I think that's what some of the scope of this bill does. It provides an opportunity for us to intervene early with primary care. But to say that you don't have a doctor when you're sick, when you can go to an emergency room, or you can call 911. You can call 911 if you're really sick. Let's say you're having a heart attack and you don't have insurance, or you're having a stroke. They will take you to a hospital and they will treat you. But the punitive tone in the bill as relates to penalizing doctors was a major, major concern. If you want to follow me, I'm not looking at the revised gross, but it starts on page 29. The administrative fines was going to be up to $5,000 per calendar year, which means you could rack up, I don't know how many fines, and then it will be reported to DORA, and we never understood what was going to happen with those fines. They said it was an administrative fine, but I know if I have a traffic ticket or a parking ticket, eventually there's going to be a subpoena for my arrest or a warrant. But it's my understanding, and the bill sponsor can respond to this, it's my understanding that that now has been removed from the bill, and there are no longer administrative fines that doctors have to pay against their license, their certificate holder, and being registered, or their doctor's license number. It's my understanding that that now has been removed from the bill. And I think that is a good thing. When the governor told me to shelter at home, that's what I did. I sheltered at home. But if you were a physician and you were trying to safeguard the well-being of the population, you couldn't shelter at home. Imagine being a doctor when your loved one can't even be there with you as you're on a ventilator. The stress and the trauma associated with being a doctor during COVID-19 was not easy for them. It was extremely stressful. And we're still trying to emerge out of this. So I commend and support this amendment because I feel like, and you've heard me say this, it was the wrong tone to be sending to our doctors, just as we're trying to emerge out of COVID-19. So thank you for taking that out.
Colleagues, just to level set and just a reminder, we are on Amendment L171. I'm going to show grace, but please let's keep our comments to the amendment before us. Senator Kirkmeyer.
All right, thank you, Mr. Chair. So with regard to Amendment L171, it gets us part of the way there. The good senator from Aurora is correct. It gets rid of the fines. The fines where a doctor could be, a physician or any health provider could have been fined $5,000 per every calendar year. It just gets rid of the fine. But as we learned in committee, that fine was based on the Stolnik Act, if I'm saying that correctly. And in the Stolnik Act, if they keep looking at it, there was the issue of how it could impact a doctor's or a physician's license or any healthcare provider's license. But I think specifically it was for physicians that they could, as a penalty, not reissue or reinstate their license. It could have a cloud on their license. So the reason I say this only gets us partway there is because, conveniently, the section of law that states that the commissioner may require a healthcare provider after a hearing to participate in a standardized plan is still there. The mandate is still there. He may require the healthcare provider to participate in a standardized plan. So we didn't fix the problem all the way through. They still could end up with being a mandate to participate in a standardized plan. So then the next logical question that we need to come to is, and this is what the attorney speaking on behalf of the physicians came to, is how do you enforce it? So if the Commissioner of Insurance says after a hearing, I'm going to mandate you to participate in a standardized plan, and the physician still says no, the enforcement mechanism could still be an issue with the physician's license. So again, this amendment gets us part of the way there. It does not get us all the way there. There is still the issue of where the Commissioner of Insurance could mandate participation in the standardized plan by all healthcare providers. And I'm just going to remind you all, for those of you who weren't in committee, those of us who spent all those many hours in committee, those of you who've been getting letters from your physicians, because it wasn't just the lobbyists who were sending us amendments or sending us emails. I don't know how many emails you all received from physicians, but mine was close to 1,000, who all reminded us that neither Medicaid, Medicare, nor any commercial health plan anywhere in the United States, let me just repeat that, neither Medicaid, Medicare, nor any commercial health plan anywhere in the United States mandates physician participation. Yet in the Colorado option, we still give that option to the insurance commissioner, that he could mandate standardized participation.
Senator Lundin.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I rise in support of the amendment, but wanting to signpost what I've already experienced as a recurring theme on this particular piece of legislation. Missed it by that much. You've already heard that this was a highly lobbied bill. It's been changed, and each time we need 100, we get maybe 80 of it dealt with, 20 of it dealt with, 5 of it, whatever. The point is that we're making marginal changes. What's that all about? As presented, this bill was not leaving this building. It was not getting to the first floor. It was not going to become law. So a conversation that's supposed to be about making sure people have the health care they need to live the lives they want to live becomes a conversation about what's the political calculus necessary to keep a desired messaging point moving forward. Now, this amendment is exactly of that nature. It's flopped down here on the desk. It's presented to us as this solves the problem for the docs. Well, let me ask you, colleagues, a question. If you are given the ability to seek relief from a fine and yet still participate in an activity that is technically not legal, is that what you want to do? Or would you rather not be required, mandated, legally expected to do something, but if you don't face a fine? You're just violating the law. Does that sound like where you want to be? And that's a perfect metaphor for so many of the changes that have already happened to this bill as it's gotten to this chamber, and I expect will happen as this bill continues to be amended today. We need to flip the conversation back where it belongs. What can we be doing to provide broader, higher quality, more accessible health care to the people of Colorado, as opposed to what can we do to push a piece of legislation that is troubled on through the political process? I rise in support of the bill, but I really wanted, or not the bill, the amendment, but really wanted to signpost this amendment does not solve the entire problem that it seeks to solve. Gets at the fine, does not resolve the mandate problem.
Further discussion on Amendment L171. Seeing none, the question before us, Senator Gardner.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This amendment is interesting. Now, first of all, you have to take these three documents. And I must say, as I tried to decipher what this amendment did, not just take people at their word for what it did, not because I think they would be dishonest with me, but because this body and its sister chamber have been known to do some things with amendments on amendments that didn't do what anybody in the room thought they did. And, you know, it's enough to make you want to cry. It's enough to make you want to cry. I took the effort here when I got the amendment to see how this is going to affect the fine. And so you have to go to page 28 of the bill. Now, at the bottom of page 28, there's a new provision. And if I don't cry, you may cry by the time I get done with this. 12-30-116, a new section of the Colorado Revised Statutes, is entitled Acceptance of Patients Enrolled in Standardized Plan, Acceptance of Reimbursement Rate Requirements, Warning, Fine. Now, by the way, none of what I just read you is binding law. It's just a title on a provision that is binding law. And what this provision does in paragraph 1 is it says the Commissioner of Insurance may require a healthcare provider, after a hearing pursuant to section 1016-1306, which is an insurance commission hearing, to participate in a standardized plan as defined in section 1016-1303 and accept the reimbursement rate described in section 1016-1306. I know you all looked at those. Now, the consternation for providers starts, I think they're wrong, by the way, with not having consternation before you get to paragraph 2, subparagraph 2, but that's where their consternation arises. Because it says if the director receives notice from the commissioner of insurance that an applicant, licensee, certificate holder, or registrant refuses to participate in the standard plan or accept the reimbursement rate as may be required, the director shall issue a warning to the applicant, licensee, certificate holder, or registrant. So, now, the amendment, well, really to follow this, you have to go to the committee report and look around, and you look on page 2 of the committee report. And it addresses page 29. And it says, and bear with me here, you know, you have to follow these things very carefully. It says, page 29, strike line 3, or strike line 11, which is 3, and substitute 3A. So the committee report left in if the applicant, et cetera, after receiving a warning doesn't start accepting, then you can impose an administrative fine not to exceed $5,000. And that goes on to line 16. And then it adds a B, this is the committee report, and says, well, you can consider whether the financial circumstances of the doctor. So if you're a doctor that is not accepting these patients, you're not going to want to have a Porsche. You're going to want to have a clunker. Now, that's a source of great consternation, but the amendment white piece of paper, it proposes to amend the purple piece of paper called the committee report. And you gotta follow that carefully there. You go down and it says, on the amendment, it says page 2 of the report, back side of the purple piece of paper. Strike lines 6 through 12. So now we're not going to have that consider the financial circumstances. So I say to myself, well, that's not a good thing. But then you go a little further down, and it says page 28 of the bill, lines 26 and 27, strike the bold print, requirements warning, fine, and substitute requirements. So well, that portends better for the provider. And then it says page 29, oh, wow. Wow. Page 29 of the bill. So I go back to the bill, and it says strikes lines 5 through 19. Well, 5 through 19, so says physicians. Oh, great, I can't be fined anymore. Can't be fined anymore. That's great. It's good. No, it's not. It's worse. What remains here? adopt 171. What remains is the language, the Commissioner of Insurance may require a healthcare provider, that means a physician, among other things, after a hearing pursuant to Section 1016-1306, if I were a physician, I'd want to hire a lawyer, and nothing would irritate a physician more than to have to hire a lawyer. I say that with all respect. After a hearing pursuant, they can require the provider to participate in a standardized plan as defined by the section and accept the reimbursement rate described in Section 16-1306. Sometimes I ask my doctor friends, you know, do I need to come to see you to have this little thing done, or can I just have that thing removed? You know, can I do that at home? And physicians always say to me, well, you know, if you want to do brain surgery on yourself, Bob, go right ahead, but I wouldn't recommend it. You ought to practice law, and I'll practice medicine, so why don't you come in and see me, and I'll remove that thing on your foot, or whatever it is. Well, I just suggest doctors not practice law, because they think they're better off because the $5,000 fine went away. And I've had friends and colleagues here say to me, well, the fine goes away, so there's just a requirement to do it, but there's no penalty. Well, I'm just a simple country lawyer. I don't practice on 17th Street, but I already figured this one out. If I'm the commissioner and I find a provider who is not providing, and I have a requirement that says you shall, I'm going to have a hearing for you that says you shall. And then I'm going to the district court of the state of Colorado, across the street over there, or across on South Tejon in El Paso County, or wherever it is in Mesa County, and I'm going to say, Your Honor, this, and I'm going to start with a practice group. I'm going to start with a practice group, not a sole practice physician. I'm going to start with a practice group. And that practice group is going to say, well, we don't want to do this. And they're the commissioner of insurance, mind you, not the medical board, the commissioner of insurance, not HICBOF, mind you, not the people who license clinics and so forth. The commissioner of insurance is going to say, you must do this. And if you don't do this, here's an injunction, or really a writ of mandamus from the court saying that under the law, you have to do this. And if you don't do this, you know what? If you don't do what a court tells you in this state, any other state, you are in contempt of court. And as some will know in this room, if you're in contempt of court, not only can they fine you, but if you just obstinately refuse, they can put you in jail. This is a very clever fix. The physicians have said, well, the fine goes away, so it just says I have to do it, but I don't have to do it because, well, I mean, if I don't do it, what are they going to do? They can't fine me anymore. Well, I suggest to you it's a lot worse. And I suggest to you that there are a lot of smart lawyers across the street that way who have said, once it's a mandate in the law, even if there's no penalty, if the commissioner says under the law you have to do it, and you don't do what they say to do, then they're off to district court. And by the way, $5,000 fine? Why, you're already $50,000 into the legal fees. You can vote yes or no on 171 as far as I'm concerned. It ain't the problem. That's, by the way, simple country lawyer speak for, you shouldn't be worrying about this, you should be worrying about paragraph 1. And you should be worried about the power of the commissioner, who has a lot of lawyers over there to represent, it's a him now, to represent him, to make people do under penalty of law what the law says they must do. And it won't be a crime, it'll just be a civil matter. But I would hope for a $5,000 fine annually, because I could just pay that. Just pay that. Set the division, the director, the commissioner up to take you to court. Well, there is one consolation. It's good for lawyers. It's good for lawyers. It isn't good for physicians. Vote however you want on 171. We need to deal with paragraph 1.
The question before us is the adoption of Amendment 171. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no? The ayes have it, and the amendment is adopted. There is an amendment on the desk. Mr. Panetta, will you please read Amendment L176?
Amendment L176 to House Bill 1232 by Senator Donovan. Amend the Health and Human
Senator Donovan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move L176.
To the amendment, Senator Donovan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This amendment asks the commissioner to conduct an independent third-party evaluation to phase in, to the extent practicable, a change to the hospital's basement reimbursement rate while looking at quality and acuity. I ask for an aye vote.
Is there further discussion on the amendment? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption. Senator Fields.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I rise in support of this amendment because it deals with the complexity of hospitals that serve the most sickest people that we have. Far too often in my district, we have people that travel down from the mountains because they can't get, let's say, some of the services because of the equipment or whatever they might have. So if you look at the reimbursement rate based on this metric, I think it's moving the bill in the right direction. So I ask for an aye vote.
Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the adoption of Amendment 176. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the amendment is adopted. There is an amendment on the desk. Mr. Panetta, will you please read Amendment L188?
Amendment L188 to House Bill 1232.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move Amendment L188.
The amendment, Senator Gardner.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and members. Amendment 188 is it really deals with the problem I spoke to you about a few minutes ago. You know, we had Amendment 171 that took out that fine and all that stuff. Okay. But it left in the bill. Let me read this to you one more time. The Commissioner of Insurance may require a healthcare provider, after a hearing pursuant to Section 1016-1306, to participate in a standard plan as defined and accept the reimbursement rate described in section 1016-1306. Now, as I told you, I'm going to put the stake in the ground here if we don't take this out of the bill. As I told you, just because there isn't an administrative fine doesn't make it any less a requirement of the law. The requirement is there. And maybe you have a provider out there that says, I just can't do this because, after all, this artificial rate setting that this bill engages in is going to cause a lot of practitioners to say, I would rather not accept the plan. I'm taking a beating. I care about my patients, but I also want to provide quality care for all of the rest of my patients and so forth. So the commissioner, let's say the commissioner gets a complaint someplace in rural Colorado. A patient goes in the standardized plan and says to the physician, I've got the standardized plan, would you treat me? And the doctor says, probably more likely the receptionist says, we don't take the standardized plan. You have to take the standardized plan. Well, I don't. Because this doctor knows there's no penalty, right? Now, if that patient called me and said, do I have any recourse? And let's just say I was a different lawyer than I might be, which would be someone who would probably say, you know, that's probably something I'd rather refer you to someone else on. By the way, I as a professional don't have to take anybody. I can go broke. I can work for nothing. I can only take patients who pay a higher, clients who pay a high hourly rate, and I may never get it, but I'm free. I'm free based upon the rules and ethics of my profession. I can't turn people away for arbitrary reasons, but if I don't feel I can do it or I don't feel that I can economically do it, I don't have to do it. But we're going to tell physicians they do it. So that patient goes to the lawyer next to me and says, Dr. Jones won't take the standardized plan. That lawyer says, well, he has to take the plan, and the law says he has to take the plan. I think you probably ought to complain to the commissioner. And the commissioner says, what? He's not taking the plan? The law requires Dr. Jones to take the plan. We're going to have a hearing. Dr. Jones, are you going to treat? Well, I don't want to. Well, you have to. The law says you have to. He says, well, what are you going to do to me? Well, we're going to have a hearing. And we're going to get a ruling in favor of the commissioner. And it's going to say, Dr. Jones, you must treat standardized plan patients. And he still won't do it. Because he said, what are you going to do to me? They're going to take this administrative ruling and they're going to go wherever across the street is to the courthouse. And they're going to do this. I can tell you why they're going to do this. This is a matter of principle. This will be the fight. Because if you can break the back of one medical practice, we're not a large state. that news will spread fast. It will make lawyers rich in the near term. But that news will spread fast, and every physician will be stuck with the problem of falling in line. This is a poison pill. Leaving this subparagraph 1 is a poison pill, because I think physicians think that they are better off by a lot because there's no penalty. I suggest to you that they are much worse off. And so that's why I am offering L188. It will take that provision out. There are a lot of things wrong with that provision. I mean, I've talked about why removing the fines is it's really not a solution. Let's talk about, and again, I touched on this when I said, you know, I as a professional don't have to take any particular client. I'm not to turn them away ethically for reasons of not liking their cause per se, but if I feel like I can't represent them adequately, whether it's about the economics of the situation or what my ability to advocate vigorously for that, or it's something I'm just not capable of doing, but economics can play in it. But these physicians, the government is going to tell them, you must treat. You must treat, and you must treat at this price. Now, some of you say, well, they already do that in Medicaid. Well, you don't have to take Medicaid patients. Most physicians do, but you don't have to, and I know physicians who don't. I know physicians who have chosen to have a particular practice in a particular way and to not take certain types of patients. That, by the way, ought to always give you concern about the willingness of physicians to take patients whenever they decide, whenever they decide they can't really do that. Because by and large, overwhelmingly as a profession, they want to treat patients, those who are sick and injured with disease. They want to do that. That is what they went to medical school for. They didn't do it to get rich. It's a lot of school. It's a lot of work. It's a lot of sleepless nights. If you want to get rich, you should probably become an entrepreneur, invest in real estate. You know, there'll be a bubble and you can get it at the bottom and take it to the top, or just don't get it at the top and take it to the bottom. That doesn't work. My point is there are a lot easier ways to set your course to get wealthy. That's not why they do that. And it's not why lawyers become lawyers. It's not, by and large, why professionals become professionals. It's because they're motivated by a love of the law and to help people. And pastors don't become pastors to get rich. All of these professions. But what if someone told, what if the government told people who held themselves out as pastors, you have to do these weddings. You have to marry all comers. Even if you think that couple's not suited to each other, even if they haven't gone through premarital counseling, which some pastors require. What if the government said, no, you got to do that? And what if the government said to me, Mr. Gardner, you have to take that client. You can't, never mind that if you take that client, that case is $100,000 of legal time, and you can't do other clients while you're doing that, but you're only going to make $20,000 on it. That's what we're doing to the physicians, and this does have legal teeth without Amendment 188. I asked for an aye vote on L188 to ensure that physicians have the freedom to practice in Colorado and to do so in a way that is ethical, responsible, that they don't need to leave this state in order to make a living. I ask for an aye vote.
Further discussion on Amendment L188. Seeing none, a division has been requested.
Bill, vote yes. Call the question. There's no further discussion. Are we in senatorial file? Division. Huh? There's a division. Brittany and Tammy are on their way. Oh. I guess we should pay attention.
For a division on the bill. Yep. This vote yes.
I'm like, there is a lull in the conversation. Call the question. Never mind.
I didn't want to do it for Christmas.
That was January.
Yeah.
Yes. But does it also address the whole main section about the commissioner will still do it?
We're good. I just texted her. 188.
So, as a whip, I'm all seeing, all knowing, I'm omniscient, I'm present, I know everything at all times. Are we still on the amendment? We are. So this is division on 171?
On 188. On Gardner's amendment.
Oh, Gardner. No, it's not the Donovan amendment.
Nope.
We dispensed with that.
Yep.
It got on.
You dispensed with the one after.
Yes.
171 and 176 if both passed.
I'm going to pay attention till we get above 200. Then I'll start paying attention, okay?
I just have to.
Donovan Amendment eliminated 5.
But it makes it illegal still. Just want to be clear on that, if you didn't follow what I had to say. Okay. Okay.
I'm ready.
A division has been requested. The question before us is the adoption of Amendment L188. Would all those in the chamber not entitled to vote please be seated? All of those in favor of Amendment L188, please stand and remain standing in one place until the count is taken.
She's standing. See what all yours are? She's not standing.
Please be seated. All those opposed to the adoption of L188, please stand and remain standing in one place until the count is taken. Amendment L188 is lost. To the bill, Mr. Minority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I appreciate getting back to the bill after the first few amendments. I rise in opposition to 1232. And I wanted to come as Minority Leader and explain why I would oppose this legislation. I too have heard from hundreds, maybe 1,000 doctors. The district that I represent, Northern and Western Douglas County, has a lot of medical facilities, not just hospitals, but doctors' offices. And it is pretty clear to me that my district has probably a higher per capita ratio percentage of doctors, healthcare professionals, who live in Senate District 30. Yep. I've heard from those folks. Out of all of the emails I've received from the medical professionals, I believe I'm aware of one who supports the bill. One. I oppose the bill for many reasons. But I wanted to come as Minority Leader and explain I don't oppose more affordable health care. I don't oppose more access to medical professionals, including doctors. I don't oppose those things. Well, if I don't oppose those things, why do I oppose the bill? It's very important in a bill like this, and really all bills, that we separate the stories, from the legislation. During the spring each year, if you watch television in this country, you will almost inevitably see TV commercials for companies and individuals who prepare taxes, tax returns. What do those commercials often focus on? People with big smiles talking about their refunds and what they're going to do with their refunds. And then there's other companies that advertise, if you're going to get a tax refund, come buy new furniture or carpet or a car or a boat or whatever it might be. Those are the fun stories related to tax refunds. This bill, this legislation, isn't about the story of someone who was cured by our healthcare professionals. This bill isn't about someone who didn't have access to health care. This bill isn't about a friend or relative who died. This bill, to get back to the comparison to tax refunds, this bill isn't about getting money in the mail or sent to your bank account and what fun thing you're going to do about it. To tie it back to this bill isn't about having better access to doctors or getting cured or getting health care, preventative health care. No. To compare this to the story about tax preparation and tax refunds, this bill right here, to compare it to that, would be about how the tax forms are designed. That's not fun. That's not an interesting story. If you think about those TV commercials, can you remember any of those companies advertising about how great the tax forms are? And how confusing the language is on the forms. If you look at just a 1040 or a state tax return, you turn it over, you turn the next page, and you see all that tiny little print. And if you want to know what goes into box 9 or 9A or whatever it is, then you have to turn and look at all this tiny little print, and then the explanation is incredibly confusing. Why? Well, I think the why is attributed to a quote that is often credited to or attributed to our first president, George Washington, but I understand that it can't actually be attributed to him. But it sure sounds like it could be. It goes like this: government is not reason. It is not eloquent. It is force. Like fire, it is a dangerous servant and a fearful master. Government isn't reason. It doesn't make sense. Government isn't reasonable. It's heavy-handed. It is not eloquent. Think of the back of the tax form. Think of the micro print. That's what we have here. It's not reason. It's not reasonable. It's not eloquence. It's not about the stories that have been related about healthcare. It's not about healing people. It's not about curing people. No, all those are the wonderful stories that we have, COVID being one of them, about the amazing work that healthcare professionals provide. But that's not what this bill is. This bill is about amending Title 10 and Title 12 and Title 25 of the Colorado Revised Statutes. These are the laws of our state. And the laws are divided up into titles. And this bill amends Titles 10, 12, and 25. And you know what you'll find if you crack open one of these books, and for the people watching online, you can find all of these words and numbers online at the General Assembly website. You click on the Laws menu, and right underneath Laws, you'll find a link to the U.S. Constitution, the Colorado Constitution, and the Colorado Revised Statutes. We call them that because we live in Colorado, and every year your legislature comes here and changes them with bills. That's what revised means. Statutes. Fancy word for laws. So if you want to read Titles 10, 12, and 25, they're available online. But I'll spare you the agony of having to read state law. This is very much like reading the instructions to the tax return. That's what this bill is. Does this bill say you'll pay less for health insurance? Nope. Does it say you'll have better access to a doctor? Nope. Nope. Just like your tax return doesn't talk about what you'll do with a refund if you get one. Those are two different things. So government is not reason, it is not eloquence, it is force. Like fire, it is a dangerous servant and a fearful master. What would this bill do? It would equip our insurance commissioner to use a heavy hand against people who are regulated, and entities, companies that are regulated by the state of Colorado. People like doctors, physician's assistants, therapists, people who help you heal, who might save your life, who might find you or a relative, a loved one, a neighbor who's been in a car wreck in the middle of the night and open up that chest and rebuild the human body. Amazing, incredible work that I'm not qualified to do. But those are the people for whom we are most grateful. Who here is excited that this bill would empower a bureaucrat in government? Not many hands. But that's the force of government. That if the people and the entities involved in health insurance and health care don't do it right, they'll be punished. That's the force that the quote referred to. It is force. Like fire, it is a dangerous servant. The people who work for state government, they're there to serve the people of Colorado. Would you be concerned at all if maybe they weren't acting in your best interest? That might describe dangerous servant. And a fearful master. Do you want the people who work for your state government to be afraid of you and have control over you? Well, if you don't want to have government have control over you, then you might share my position and be opposed to this bill. Why? Because this bill is about controlling your decisions regarding your health care, your health. It's not about more options. No. It's about controlling your decisions over health care. So is this the first time that I or people on my side of the aisle, my political affiliation, have had to offer these arguments? Well, of course it isn't. Before I was elected, I remember a big national debate that happened in very short time frame. But in 2009, there was federal legislation passed that was supposed to make health insurance and health care more affordable. Anybody remember that one? Yeah. It passed under one-party control in Washington, D.C., the U.S. House, the U.S. Senate, and the presidency. It was called the Affordable Health Care Act. Did it make health care more affordable? No. Those of us who, I wasn't elected at the time, but those of us who spoke up and said, wait a minute, adding more government to health insurance or health care isn't going to make it more affordable. It can only result in one thing, making it less affordable, more expensive. So did the Affordable Care Act make health care more affordable? Not in my opinion. It made it more expensive. Did it make it more readily available? Some might argue that it did, but did it provide health care for everyone in our country? I thought that that was one of the things that some proponents suggested would happen, but that didn't happen. Then when I was a member of the legislature, there was a bill, Senate Bill 200, I think in 2011 or 12, that created the State Healthcare Exchange. And now, today, we're told that that exchange in some areas of Colorado provides a choice of one. So what's the answer? Well, the Affordable Care Act wasn't the answer. In Senate Bill 200, the state exchange apparently wasn't the answer. So now what's the answer? More of the same. What is this? More government. More government control of people in the healthcare industry, health insurance companies, and oh, by the way, people of Colorado, more control of you. More control of you. Now, I do want to say thank you to our colleagues on the other side of the aisle, the majority. There is change being brought, change occurring to 1232. And as my good friend from El Paso County has already noted, some of that change was okay, getting rid of the fines, but voting down the prior amendment, leaving the force of government, particularly with the insurance commissioner, to bring legal punishment against people, doctors, who don't comply with the government mandate in Titles 10, 12, 25, all of those boring words and numbers that are excruciating to read because they have nothing to do with the wonderful stories that we have heard and will hear. Nothing. That's the answer, though, that's proposed by 1232. But I want to say thank you to those in the majority who realize that this bill went too far and are affecting change. I'll be supporting more amendments, I'm sure. But in the end, I'll be a no vote on this bill. And for the constituents who have said, I want lower cost, I hear you. But adding more government control is only going to result in one thing. It's the only thing that could happen. Higher cost, less choice. That's what government is. That's the dangerous servant and the fearful master. When I first ran for office in 2010, the Affordable Care Act, otherwise known as Obamacare, was a big topic of discussion. That was the first election for legislators at the state level and at the federal level following the passage of the Affordable Care Act. And the first interview that I had as a candidate was with the Colorado Medical Society. That's the trade association that represents many of the doctors in the state. I'm grateful to the Colorado Medical Society because I think they do outstanding work in representing doctors. I was asked there in my first candidate interview, after being given a briefing paper, it was made clear to me that CMS, the Colorado Medical Society, had come out in favor of the Affordable Care Act. And they asked me, if you were elected as a representative, back there in 10, do you understand that CMS supports it? And what say you, candidate Holbert? And I said, I don't support it, I didn't support it, and I won't support it. If there's something in the future that I get to vote on that gets government out of the doctor-patient relationship, I'll support that. But if there's something that gets government more involved in the doctor-patient relationship, you can count on me to oppose it. And that is why I'm opposed to this bill. It isn't about providing better access to doctors or health insurance. It certainly isn't about providing lower costs for that. It may mean that other people will pay part of that for you, shifting costs, because government can do that. But what you will find if this bill becomes law and people are provided this new so-called option, less choice, what I'm confident that we will hear from people is that they'll have the same opinion of this or similar opinion of this that they have of the healthcare exchange. How many of you received emails from constituents who are frustrated because the healthcare exchange, the state exchange, doesn't work right, didn't deliver, gives them only a choice of one? Give us better choices. We hear you. I believe the way that there can be more choice in health care and health insurance, I believe that there can be better access to doctors. Get rid of the problem. What's the problem? It's too confusing. There's too many words and numbers on the books already. That's the monotony of state law. There's too much of it. This is what makes it more expensive, not because there aren't enough doctors or they charge too much. No. It's because government is too involved in your healthcare decisions. And House Bill 1232 is nothing more than more government involvement, more empowerment of bureaucrats. And it may take a year or 2 or 3 before people out there in Colorado realize it, but eventually they will. I won't be here, but whoever comes in behind me, I'm sure, will hear from constituents who say, Senator, fill in the blank. I need your help. You have to do something. This plan that I have doesn't provide the coverage that I thought it did. This plan that I have doesn't allow me to access X or Y or Z, whatever it might be. And I won't be here, and it would give me no pleasure if I were to say, I told you so. But here we go again. The same solution to the same problem. More government. Ask for a no vote on House Bill 1232.
There is an amendment on the desk. Mr. Panetta, will you please read Amendment L177?
Amendment L177 to House Bill 1232 by Senator Donovan. Amend reading gross bill page fine after line insert C for any healthcare service.
Senator Donovan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move L177.
To the amendment, Senator Donovan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This bill, this amendment makes sure that in places where we need to benchmark to Medicare, we can, and in places that we need to benchmark to Medicaid, we can. I ask for your support of L177.
Is there further discussion on the amendment? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of L177. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the amendment is adopted. There is an amendment on the desk. Mr. Panetta, will you please read Amendment L178?
Amendment L178 to House Bill 1232 by Senator Donovan.
Senator Donovan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move L178.
To the amendment, Senator Donovan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This moves the ability for us to suspend a hospital's license. I ask for your support.
Is there further discussion?
Correction, Mr. Chair?
Senator Donovan.
Thank you. Sorry. This removes the ability to revoke a hospital license. I ask for your support.
Senator Smallwood.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And just to clarify for those folks who are following along, this does remove the ability for a hospital's license to be revoked, but doesn't change the fact that it could still be suspended. So based on what we heard in committee, I think there might want to be additional work done on that piece of it as well.
Senator Fields.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Once again, I think this is moving the bill in the right direction. I've always been extremely concerned about the punitive language in the bill as it relates to hospitals. And basically, in the bill on page 30, it talks about suspending, revoking, and I think there was another word, but I think what they've done is they've taken out revoked and put down suspend. The reason I support this amendment is because threatening a hospital when you revoke their license, we don't have enough hospitals. We're just coming out of COVID-19 and we want to use language like we're going to suspend and revoke your license. So this is a little softer because it takes out the word of revoke. And when you use the word revoke, that sounds more permanent versus being something that we're suspending for a short period of time. I still think it's too punitive, and we haven't gotten down to the penalties. Because if you go further, before this language on page 30, it talks about $40,000 a month. $10,000 a day, $40,000 a month that we would be charging hospitals after 30 days. So once again, we're moving in the right direction. We've taken out the word revoke. but they still can have their license suspended if they do not participate.
Senator Lundin.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So in continuation of the theme that we talked about earlier, missed it by that much. We heard, I think, very compelling arguments made by the minority leader to the broad question of, is more government in the middle of your relationship between your doctor and your hospital and your health a good thing or not? The answer is obvious to me, no. I don't want government managing my health care. I don't want my government, I want my doctor and my hospital to take care of me. The prior amendment missed it by that much when it said to the doctors, you can still do something that we consider to be illegal if your ethics allow for that, but we won't find them. And then we heard a very interesting argument from a simple country attorney with 2 law degrees who simply said, you know what, I think this makes it worse for the docs. Instead of a $5,000 fine, a tipping fee, they could have an incredible lawsuit on their hands and a potential contempt of court claim. You know what comes with a contempt of court claim or judgment? Handcuffs. Bad thing. This amendment is another in that story. It says to the hospitals, hey, we won't revoke your license. We'll just suspend it if you do something the government doesn't like. I support the amendment because it moves in the right direction, but it doesn't get anywhere near where you need to be. So the reality is improvement is always a positive thing, but at some point it becomes a binary judgment, yes or no, with regard to our votes. Does this get us there or not? My opinion, this amendment helps, but it will never, as long as we keep missing it by that much, get the bill to where it needs to be. I support the amendment 178, oppose the bill.
Senator Kirkmeyer.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think it's actually by this much. I can support this amendment. It is, as the good senator from Aurora stated, headed in the right direction. But just as a clarification, what is still left in the bill is that the hospitals may be fined up to $10,000 a day for the first 30 days. And then it's not $40,000 per month, it's $40,000 per day for each day over 30 days. So that's a big difference. So that is still in the bill. And yes, the good senator from Aurora was correct. Suspend is still in, would still be in the bill, so their license could still be suspended. And what also is still in the bill would be or impose conditions on the hospital license. And as we found out in committee, nobody really knows what that means, other than they could impose conditions on the hospital license. So again, I can support 178. I'm a no on the bill.
Further discussion on the amendment. Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of Amendment L178. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the amendment is adopted. There is an amendment on the desk. Mr. Panetta, will you please read Amendment L181?
Amendment L181 to House Bill 1232 by Senator Donovan.
Senator Donovan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move L181.
To the amendment, Senator Donovan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is in consultation with some of our partners on the bill, suggesting this is better language for when we start working through the federal waiver process. Ask for your aye vote.
Is there further discussion on Amendment L181? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of the amendment. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the amendment is adopted. To the bill. Senator Kirkmeyer. There is an amendment on the desk. Mr. Panetta, will you please read Amendment L180?
Amendment L180 to House Bill 1232 by Senator Kirkmeyer. Amend re-engross bill page.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Okay, L180 gets us to the rest of what we were just speaking to. This amendment basically eliminates, strikes the part that says that if the hospitals don't participate in the standardized plan, that their license will not, they cannot suspend, revoke, or impose any conditions on their hospital license. So again, this amendment leaves in the part about the fine. Hospitals can still be fined $10,000 per day for the first 30 days. Then they can be fined $40,000 per day for each day over 30 days. What this does is eliminates lines 13 through 19, or I'm sorry, lines 12 through 19 on page 30, which takes away the penalty part, which takes away the ability to suspend or impose conditions on the hospital license or determine any other appropriate penalty that the department should consider. Ask for an aye vote.
Senator Kirkmeyer, will you please move Amendment L180?
Sorry. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you all. Thank you all for that advice. I would move L180.
Is there further discussion on Amendment L180? Senator Kirkmeyer.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for that. Sorry you didn't catch me before I gave all my comments. I will not repeat those, but again, ask for an aye vote.
Senator Fields.
No, I'm not. I just have a question. So, and my question has always been about fines. I'm just wondering, why are we fining hospitals? I know we removed the fines out of for doctors, but why are we finding, putting penalties on hospitals? I know you asked for it to be removed, but I was wondering if we could. I just need to kind of understand why we would do it. I know we're taking it down from 5,000 a day, and now it's going to be 40,000. But why are we finding hospitals? Both of my parents received extensive care in hospital settings, and they were treated by highly skilled nurses and doctors. We have some companies that don't even pay federal taxes, like FedEx. Why are we finding hospitals? Can anybody help me understand?
I think Minority Leader Holbert may have an answer. It may have something to do with a fearful master. Minority Leader Holbert.
Mr. Chair. Yes, that is the basis of my response. I think the proposed fines earlier of doctors, now hospitals, are the power of government to force the hospitals to do it the way government wants it done. And again, that's my fundamental concern about the bill is it isn't providing better service, it's providing required service. And if they don't comply with the letter of the law and I think the letter of the rule, they get fined. Now, if a doctor or a hospital, if anyone in the healthcare industry is paying fines of, say, $5,000, would that tend to lower the cost to the consumer or raise the cost to the consumer? I think it would only do one thing, raise the cost. So again, I recognize that my opposition is rather fundamental, but it is about the force of government. Ask for an aye vote on the amendment.
Further discussion on Amendment L180. Senator Janal.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wondered if those fines could be capped. I don't have an amendment for this, but that's $30,000 to $40,000 per day. With the hospitals, I'm just asking a question, maybe to the bill sponsor, if we could cap those fines, and what your thoughts are.
The only thing I'll note is that there is up to language in the bill, which kind of is a de facto cap. Is there further discussion? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of Amendment L180. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no? No. The noes have it, and the amendment is lost. Further discussion. Yep. There is. There is an amendment on the desk. Mr. Panetta, will you please read Amendment L183?
Amendment L183 to House Bill 1230.
Senator Kirkmeyer.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I learned from last time. I move L183.
Music to my ears, Senator Kirkmeyer, to the amendment.
La, 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 la. Wasn't even singing. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Members, this amendment simply states, and it goes in on page 22, but simply state that this section does not apply to a health facility that provides only elective health care services and procedures. So again, just so you're aware, for ambulatory surgery centers, as of 2019, there were 131 Medicare certified ambulatory surgery centers, where more than 2,000 physicians offer safe, high quality, and affordable surgical services statewide. These centers provide 100% elective procedures, which means no emergency procedures, which cuts down on the associated costs and no surprise bills, because it's all arranged prior to any surgery. In Colorado, these centers provide 13 different specialties: ear, nose, and throat, general surgery, gynecological, neurology, ophthalmology, oral surgery, pain management, plastic surgery, some podiatry, spine, and urology, to mention most of them. Nationally, elective procedures are able to save billions of dollars annually when surgical procedures are performed at these centers instead of hospital outpatients. This is a great example of provider type that has heard the cry to lower the cost of health care. They have tightened their belts as much as possible. Trying to mandate further costs doesn't provide lower cost care. It removes options and access for patients because it would be unattainable. If these centers are unable to negotiate their own rates and their own participation, it will hinder their ability to provide services for other public programs like Medicare. These centers save patients and insurers money. For example, Medicare and its beneficiaries pay an average of 54% more for a procedure performed in a hospital versus these centers. These centers significantly reduce costs for federal health care programs while simultaneously benefiting patients. Including these centers would be tying these cost-saving providers to an unsustainable rate floor that would just shift costs back to the hospital and high-cost providers. I ask for an aye vote on Amendment 183.
Senator Donovan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I ask for a no vote. This language would have much far-reaching impacts on being able to achieve network adequacy than perhaps the initial language would lead you to believe. So if you want adequate networks, which is one of the main goals of this bill, I ask for a no vote on this amendment.
Senator Smallwood.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I rise in support of Amendment 183, and before you all vote on it, I'd ask you to read that. Obviously, the problem that we're trying to solve to a large extent are the costs that our patients face when they're not electing to do things, right? You get the bill from the hospital after you've been there, after you've been done. The senator from Weld County is exactly right. In these cases, very often, if not virtually always, you're electing the procedure. It's something that you want to get done, that you've planned for. You have the opportunity to shop around. And wouldn't it be great that we encourage people as much as possible to use the most cost-effective location to get these procedures done? They're already significantly less expensive than hospitals. That's already been demonstrated. So I think this is a great common sense amendment. I would ask for an aye vote on Amendment 183.
Senator Liston.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Members, I rise in support of Amendment 183. The reason I do so, like I say, it's been pointed out that this mainly pertains to elective surgery. In my district, in fact, very close to my home, is a very well-known ophthalmological practice that does immense amount of elective surgeries. I happen to know a couple of the surgeons over there, one in particular, I won't say his name, but these surgeons and other highly trained professionals or specialists in their areas, they do a wonderful job, and it is elective surgery. And when you go in there, you know what you're going to pay. You've had a consult or 2 or 3 or 5 with the doctors to make sure that that you know what is going to happen. They go over in great detail what is going to happen. They work with you on even on the payment a lot of times. And if we discourage highly trained surgeons like this, the word will ultimately get out. It may not have an immediate impact, but the word will ultimately get out here in Colorado for these highly trained specialists that, you know, Colorado is not a good place to do business in. And there's 49 other states and many other places where they can go. And if we make it onerous and less enticing for them, you know, these surgeons and other trained people, they can get up and move to other states. And don't think for a moment that they won't. I've probably said it here before, but I'll remind you that my son-in-law is a very, very highly trained surgeon. He's an, if I can pronounce it, he's an otolaryngologist. I'll repeat that one more time while I still can. He's an otolaryngologist. And what that is, he is a surgeon that does very specialized head and neck surgery. If you have, or you need, if you have cancer in your ear, or you have a cochlear implant, or anything that's above all of our pay grades, he is the type of surgeon that you want to have him work on you. He has gone to school forever and ever and ever, and now he's been out practicing for a couple of years. We would love for him to come back to Colorado and practice. He's the type of doctor that we want and we need here in Colorado. But if we continue in the guise of helping the people and get the heavy hand of government involved in what these highly trained specialists and surgeons can charge or can't charge or have to do or whatever, you know, they're going to say, you know, I don't think so. I'm going to stay in Michigan where they don't impose all of this on me, or I'm going to go to South Carolina or other states. So I think this is a good amendment. I would urge, for the sake of health care and the future here in Colorado, I would urge an aye vote on L 183.
Further discussion? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of Amendment L 183. A division has been requested.
Did you guys not talk to Cookie? Cookie? Where did you go? Let me call Robert. All right, thank you. 1307. I don't know, I'm gonna leave that up to Rob. Chose to it, right? It's his thing. I'm assuming the same thing is over here.
Just waiting on, oh, there he is.
Yes.
I am going to do it. No, my amendment is 2.
Because he's grouchy.
I missed the mustache.
I'm always grouchy though, so it's not gonna change me.
I always wanted to be able to do that. My brother can do it. You were doing whistling. Well, I was whistling, which is a feeble attempt. I do have a turkey. Oh, wow.
Call a vote. Sometime you got to make tough calls.
Listen to you. Listen to you.
I got amendments I want to get to before dinner.
Me too. It's for lunch.
I can't live on almond M&Ms. Started my diet today.
Did you? I should have.
Yeah. I'm down to my last remaining suit. This is the fattest suit I have.
Do you not understand what you're talking about? Completely.
I mean, if it's either lose weight or wear this suit for the rest of session, or go shopping, which I am not going to do. That's not even an option. Going shopping isn't even an option. So it's get a good look at this one because it might be.
And you see him try to fly and like.
It is a nice suit.
Yeah.
Thank you.
But then you watch him run.
This is a Joe Aboo. It means it came from Men's Warehouse and it probably cost like
I watched him move up and
$200.
I like Men's Warehouse.
I like.
So this,
Yeah, I
but thank
watched
you.
it,
But it's about as cheap as they get.
They were old. They were like at the end of summer.
Unless I go to
because
Walmart.
It was still it was still like 6 ago. And then just they something on it. Just walking. Yeah. A silly speed walk.
Can I do a moment of personal privilege to remind people it's not yet Memorial Day? That we are in session still? The public service announcement?
Senator Rodriguez will be fined $3. A division has been requested. The question before us is the adoption of Amendment L183. All those not entitled to vote in the chamber, please be seated. All those in favor of Amendment L183, please stand and remain standing in one place until the count is taken.
Keep talking.
Please be seated. All those opposed to the adoption of L183, please stand and remain standing in one place until the count is taken. Amendment L183 is lost. There is an amendment on the desk. Mr. Panetta, will you please read Amendment L172?
Amendment L172 to House Bill 1232.
Senator Kirkmeyer.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Glad to see that the good senator from Denver got off that dating service site. He's back here. Okay. With that, I move L172.
To the amendment, Senator Kirkmeyer.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Okay, you have seen this before. You're probably going to keep seeing it because you all have a propensity to try to exempt people, departments, divisions from the procurement code. What the heck is wrong with everybody here? Why do we think that's great public confidence building? Why do we think that's good government? That we just keep letting people be exempted from the procurement code? Good grief. Foundation of good government is a strong procurement code and everyone adhering to it. That would include the Division of Insurance and the Commissioner. And in fact, you know, I've been a bit perplexed why you all think it's a great idea to exempt the Commissioner from the procurement code. So I asked him in committee why he felt that in this section, and luckily, unlike former bills like 260 where it was in like 3 sections, it's only in 1 section in this bill. But I asked him, I said, why do you need to be exempted from the procurement code? And the Commissioner's response was that he needed to get an actuarial study done right away. That it needed to be done, and it needed to be done soon. And I don't disagree that it needs to be done and needs to be done soon. And he said there was a short time frame in the bill for him to get this study done, not this study, this actuarial study done. So that's why he needed to be exempted from the procurement code. I even asked the good sponsor, the senator from Vail, why we needed to exempt him from the procurement code. And I didn't get really a very complete answer, but it sounded similar to what the Commissioner of Insurance said. So let me just tell you what's in the bill. The reason the Commissioner said that he needs to be exempted from the procurement code is not for an actuarial study. It is for an independent third party to conduct an analysis of the impact on the health plan enrollment, health insurance affordability, and health equity. That's not an actuarial study. And oh, by the way, we're not in such a big rush as the Commissioner tries to lead everyone to believe. The analysis must be completed on or before January 1st of 2026. There is absolutely no reason that the Division of Insurance or the Divisioner or the Commissioner of Insurance should be exempted from the procurement code. He has 4.5 years to get this done. So when he tried to tell us that it was he was in a rush on a short time frame, that's just not accurate. So again, not only does this say that the Commissioner has to follow the procurement code, The amendment also says, because I know you all love this so much, the commissioner, so this is in the amendment, that when contracting with any private entity, including consultants, for professional and technical assistance, office space, administrative services, advice, and other services, the commissioner shall ensure to the extent practicable that historically underutilized businesses are given due consideration and appropriate access to the procurement bid process. For all of you who don't know what a historically underutilized business is, it means a business that is at least 51% owned and controlled in both the management and day-to-day business decisions by one or more of the following individuals: United States citizen or permanent residents, or one or more of the following: members of a racial or ethnic minority group, non-Hispanic Caucasian women, persons with physical or mental disabilities, members of the lesbian, gay, bisexual, and transgender community, or veterans. So again, I ask for an aye vote on 172. The commissioner should follow the procurement code. He's got 4.5 years to get it done. And this also requires that he give special attention or due consideration to those businesses that are historically underutilized. Ask for an aye vote.
Is there further discussion? Senator Donovan.
Thank you. I mean, being perplexed on procurement is a position worth pondering. But I politely request a no vote from all members present. Because not all the bill is excluded from the procurement code. There are portions of it that are excluded, but we do need to retain parts of it to not follow the procurement code in order to meet a 2022 date of having a study ready before we implement the stakeholder process for the standardized benefit plan. Ask for a no vote.
Senator Kirkmeyer.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just a point of clarification. This section speaks to only that the commissioner shall contract with an independent third party to conduct an analysis, and that he has until January 1 of 2026 to do it. And the section and the lines that would be deleted basically is just for the purposes of this section, not the entire bill.
Further discussion. Senator Lundin.
So you heard earlier that fire can be a dangerous servant and a fearful master. This is exactly why. Government says you need to be managed in a specific way. We'll manage ourselves except when we choose not to. We will take special exceptions when we want to. When the fire ignites in a piece of kindling, the next thing you know, you have a forest ablaze. This is a really important amendment to hold government accountable when government is stepping in and saying, we're going to control 15%, 18% of the entire Colorado economy in a different way, in a new way. Government is going to take command, and then it chooses to exempt itself from its own rules. This amendment is a credibility amendment. I urge your support.
Any further discussion? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of Amendment L172. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no? No. The noes have it, and the amendment is lost. There is an amendment on the desk. Mr. Panetta, will you please read Amendment L182?
Amendment L182 to House Bill 1232.
Senator Kirkmeyer.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move Amendment L182.
To the amendment, Senator Kirkmeyer.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This amendment would allow the Colorado option and other provisions in this bill to be implemented only if health insurance premiums grow faster than medical inflation for 2 consecutive years. Members in committee, we heard a lot. We heard that Colorado went from having the 27th lowest average benchmark premiums to the 6th lowest in the nation. I asked several times what exactly was the problem, never really got an answer. Here's what else we heard in committee. Since 2019, average premiums on the Colorado ACA marketplace have fallen by more than 20%. Health plans have been reduced by 28% since 2019. For the last 5 years, we've had the second lowest premium growth in the nation. In my view, this bill refuses to acknowledge the significant progress that the Colorado's healthcare industry has made on bringing down health insurance premiums. The bill also refuses to acknowledge the challenging financial circumstances that our hospitals are still facing due to COVID-19. With that said, I do understand that there are ongoing concerns about the cost of health care. Again, the amendment simply puts a trigger mechanism in the bill. If Coloradoans suddenly start paying a lot more for health insurance, then the Colorado option will be available. I think this is a reasonable compromise. It's the public option, Colorado option if necessary, a solution when there actually would be a problem. Let's recognize the process, the progress that the industry has made on affordability and the heroic efforts of our state's healthcare workforce during the pandemic. I ask for an aye vote on this amendment 182. Thank you.
Further discussion on Amendment L182. Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of Amendment L182. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no? No. Noes have it, and the amendment is lost. There. Senator Fields.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move Amendment L159.
There is an amendment on the desk. Mr. Panetta, will you please read Amendment L159?
Amendment L159 to House Bill 1232 by Senator Fields.
Senator Fields, and if you'd please remove your amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Many of you know that I always love talking about my district, just like you do. I'm really proud to represent.
152.
Is it 152? Nope. This is already.
Oh, no. Oh, this is the wrong one. Sorry. Oh, this is a different packet. Yeah, it is. Make sure you.
I think she's already offered. Didn't you already offer 152?
Which one do you want?
I want one.
This is the one you want.
159.
You want 159?
You want 159.
I've got two packets together. I'm sorry. That's okay. I need a.
Okay, I believe we're on Amendment L159. Senator Fields, would you please move L159?
We did move it. I think they want me to have copies made.
No, you can
You
go
want
ahead.
I can go ahead and talk?
Yeah, go ahead and talk.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chair and staff, for your guidance and support. I was talking a little bit about my district, Senate District 29. It starts on the edge of Denver on Colfax and Yosemite. It goes past Buckley to Watkins, Strasburg, Bennett, and Byers. Then it goes south all the way to Southland, Saddle Rock, and then it kind of curves all the way down to Havana where you have the motor mile. And of course, on Colfax is where you see a high concentration of hospitals. There you will find UC Health. You will also find Aurora One. And I'm really proud of the healthcare providers that we provide in Aurora. So I want to just kind of share some statistics with you. UC Health is homegrown in Colorado. It's a non-public, private health system. Every dollar that they generate remains in Colorado and is reinvested in patients and community. They take in about 30% of patients that are transferred from rural areas to provide critical access to care. In fact, UC Health includes the only national cancer institute designated for comprehensive cancer centers in the state. They're one of 2 verified burn centers in Colorado. They're noted for being a level 1 trauma center. They're known for the work that they do as it relates to stroke centers, heart attacks, lung transplants. Also, cancer survivor rates at the UC Health System ranks in the very high percentile, 84%. They're known nationally because of their quality. So it's not just about cheap care, it's about quality care. They have a really unique mix of Medicaid and Medicare patients, which many hospitals, you heard someone talking about some folks may not take certain type of patients. That's not the case at UC Health. They invest millions, $125 million this past year, but over the last 5 years on behavioral health. $250 million to the UC School of Medicine. We have people flying in, recruited to be doctors. They go to medical schools on the Anschutz campus. It's a beautiful campus. During the COVID crisis that we're still experiencing, they provided a lot of their own resources as it relates to PPEs and everything that it takes to fight that virus. Over the year, this past year, over the last 18 or so months, 16.2% received their COVID shots in Aurora at UC Health. What this amendment does, L59, it makes sure that we have a strong approach to dealing with the health inequities in our population across the state. As you may know, high-risk patients are those with unstable vital signs, irregular heart rhythms, patients who may need a blood transfusion. These patients require a complex service of nurses and medical staff. They have to be highly trained to provide the service that they provide. So what this amendment will do, it will provide a case mix index that exceeds the statewide average. This is something that needs to be incorporated in this bill because it's the right thing to do when you think about the complexity of care that's being offered in my community. So members, I urge and I vote on this Amendment 159.
Is there further discussion on Amendment L159?
Division.
Senator Kirkmeyer.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Members, I rise in support of this amendment. When we were in committee, the good senator from Aurora brought forward an amendment that merely just did an evaluation. And she promised that she would bring forward an amendment to address the quality and the acuity issue. And this good senator did. And so with that, I would just support the amendment and ask everyone else to support it as well.
Senator Smallwood.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, colleagues. In committee, a similar amendment was brought by my colleague, the good senator from Aurora. I voted no on that amendment on the grounds that I didn't feel like it was specific enough in actually identifying what the proper amount of reimbursement should be for our hospital partners that treat our sickest patients, those with the highest acuity. So I voted no on the amendment with the promise that if the good senator brought another amendment today that put some hard dollars around that I would support it because I did support the concept. So I am sticking by my word and asking for an aye vote on Amendment 159.
Any further, Senator Hawkes Lewis.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I also heard this bill in committee, and I'm going to keep my comments brief, but so much work has gone into figuring out the reimbursement rates in this bill, and I really commend the sponsors on it. I just want to state for the record that we in Colorado The reason why we have to pass this bill and not pass this amendment, we need to keep to the structure of the bill, is because we in Colorado have the highest profit margins in the country. And I understand that we have wonderful hospitals here. CU saved the life of my uncle, and I'm very grateful for that. But the Colorado hospitals have reported one of the highest profit margins in the country, 15.6%, edging out. We were number 2 in 2019, but now we're number 1. And does anybody really think that we need to tinker with that reimbursement rate that the sponsors have gone to so much work? I don't think so. So I actually, and if you're worried about the profit margin and the viability of the businesses, I would say look at all the television ads and radio ads. I've never seen any like what we've seen on one bill. So I'm asking for a no vote on this amendment.
Senator Fields.
What's wrong with hospitals making a profit? You know, I get somewhat concerned when I hear things like, you know, a hospital makes too much money. It really rubs me the wrong way. I know doctors who've trained extensively, who are under a tremendous amount of debt at the tune of maybe $200,000. Some may earn a lot of money and maybe some don't. Because this bill is just not about specialty doctors, it's about your occupational therapists. It's about your psychologists. And when you invest that kind of educational training and knowledge to be able to serve sick people, have you been into a hospital lately? I hope not. But if you go into the hospital and you see a surgical room, the equipment, the care that it takes when someone is experiencing a tremendous amount of whatever, they have imaging machines. And so what you might have is you might have a doctor that's in his private practice, but you know what? They go to hospitals and they use those facilities. They use those facilities to care for the well-being of others. So I'm okay with hospitals and doctors earning a living. I didn't invest that kind of funds to my own development as it relates to a career, but they have. And it's nothing wrong for them to be compensated. And in testimony that we heard in committee, we heard doctors and other folks talk about the investments that are being made on those campuses to make sure that we're retaining and recruiting the brightest minds we can, because we don't want to see those folks leave the state of Colorado. We want them to stay right here to provide for not just what's happened in Senate District 29, it's rural Colorado. I just read you some statistics. Many people come down from the mountain, from rural areas, because they don't have the same luxury and access to the hospitals that I have in Senate District 29. They can't get the treatment. They might not have the specialties or the whatever they need. Trauma center, #1 trauma center in the state. Pancreatic cancer, I'm looking at their survival rate. Colon cancer. So we should not go after hospitals because of their revenue. Some of these hospitals have small margins because it takes so much to deliver the care. So it goes up and down is what I have someone give me some signs. So it goes up and down. So I just don't think that we should be penalizing a hospital because they're breaking even. So I would suggest find another argument besides they make too much money. I think, once again, I think that's the wrong message and the wrong tone to be sending that message.
Senator Liston.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Members, I rise in support of Amendment 159. We should be encouraging hospitals to make a fair profit. Profit margins fluctuate in any industry, and especially in the medical field. The hospitals are investing immense amounts of monies in new technologies and personnel and capital improvements that benefit everybody. And what can be a banner year 1 or 2 years can go down significantly. And if we are sending, once again, the signals, because that's what this bill is about, is that where we're trying to pick winners and losers, and we're telling the hospitals and ultimately physicians, we go down that slippery slope that the hospitals, that the government thinks the hospitals are making too much or they can't make enough, then what's next? Then they're going to come after the physician. Then they're going to come back after the pharmacist. And then they're going to come back after a medical technology company that may be based in Boulder or wherever and say, you know, we think that you're making too much because a 15% profit margin is too much, according to some unelected bureaucrat. If you know, we have the best healthcare system in the world. It may have its flaws, but it is the envy of the world. That's why we see people from Canada and Europe and South America and the Middle East, when they need to have surgery, they don't go to Europe or Africa or South America. They come to the United States because they know that we deliver the best healthcare outcome in the world. So all this bill does is send the massive signal that the heavy hand of government is going to intervene. Amendment 159 says, look, we want our hospitals to be successful, and so what if they have a good year or two and they make money? That's what we want, because if they're not making money, then they're falling behind. And if they fall behind further and further, they're either going to have to merge with somebody else or go out of business. This is a well-crafted amendment. I urge an aye vote on Amendment 159.
Senator Lundin.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I rise in support of Amendment L159, call the question, and request a division.
You can't call the question, Cap. But I agree with you.
Fair enough.
A reminder about the rules, colleagues. We are not seated as a Senate, so calling the question is out of order. Is there, Senator Lundin?
Mr. Chair, as you know, coloring inside the lines is important, but it's not always what I do. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Is there further discussion on Amendment L159? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of the amendment. A division has been requested.
That is a committee of the whole. That was totally within the lines. Yeah.
What is it?
No, don't. And then that requires a vote too.
I got a D in chairing committee of the whole 101.
Carrie.
Yeah, but we have to be 100% sure. Here it is.
The question before us is the adoption of Amendment L159. A division has been requested. Would all those in the chamber not entitled to vote please be seated? All those in favor of Amendment L159, please stand and remain standing in one place until the count is taken. All those opposed, please be seated. Please be seated. All those opposed, I'll say it again, please be seated.
Listen. Sit down.
All those opposed to the adoption of Amendment L159, please stand and remain standing in one place until the count is taken. Amendment L159 is lost. There is an amendment on the desk. Oh, excuse me, sorry. We will be in a quick senatorial 5. All right, we are back. Mr. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move House Bill 1232 lay over to the bottom of the general order second reading of Bill's calendar.
The motion is to lay over House Bill 1232 to the end of the calendar. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the bill will be laid over as requested by the Majority Leader. Mr. Panetta, will you please read the title of the Senate Bill 190?
Senate Bill 190 by Senators Rodriguez and Lundin concerning additional protection of data relating to personal privacy.
Senator Rodriguez.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move Senate Bill 190 in the committee report.
To the Business, Labor, and Technology Committee report, Senator Rodriguez.
The committee report put a couple of amendments on to clarify the no private right of action portion of the bill. It put a will not disclose trade secrets into the bill, an exception. It did further clarification of the Graham-Leach-Bliley Act exclusion. And we did a multi-page amendment modifying the bill with some of the stakeholder meetings we've had to come to some agreement on some wording. And I ask for an aye vote.
Is there further discussion on the Business, Labor, and Technology Committee report? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of the report. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the Business, Labor, and Technology Committee report is adopted. There is an amendment on the desk. Mr. Panetta, will you please read Amendment L012?
Amendment L012 to Senate Bill 190.
Senator Rodriguez.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. L012 is a final revision that we made. The AG's office came in and wanted to make some tweaks, and through further stakeholdering, me and my co-sponsor had agreed to some language for the chamber and some of the technology groups. We strengthened the definition of consent by adding what does and does not signify consent. We added a definition of dark patterns, which means a user interface designed or manipulated with the substantial effect of subverting or impairing user autonomy and decision-making. We changed the definition of de-identified data to align with the FTC privacy framework versus the previous wording, which was stronger from HIPAA, to make it more operational. We clarified minimum necessary language as requested by adding verbiage that stipulates processing must be necessary, reasonable, and proportionate to the specific purpose. Added language to clarify the obligations of the processor. Removed references of pseudonymous data. The AG strengthened and clarified language in their enforcement section and added a sunset for the right to cure. And we provided rulemaking authority for the global privacy control, which will not take effect until 1/1 of 2024.
Senator Rodriguez, will you please move Amendment L012?
Upon all that, I move L012.
To the amendment, Senator Lundin.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Data privacy bill, it seeks to find that sweet spot where we protect our digital footprint. Increasingly, we are all known based on the data trail that we create. Provides for consumers a number of rights that are very fundamental: a right to opt out, a right of access, a right to correct, a right to deletion, and a right to data portability. The bill brings Colorado into the forefront of this conversation around how to protect data privacy. At the same time, we all like those little apps and all those interactions we have in the digital world that make us so productive. This bill provides the ability for the provider, or gives the ability to those providers and processors a way to do it that's optimized, beneficial for them, and at the same time protects the privacy of individuals. Urge your support of the amendment, which is at this point the bill.
Is there further discussion on Amendment L012? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of Amendment L012. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it, and L012 is adopted. Is there further discussion on Senate Bill 190? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption.
On a piece of this action?
There is an amendment on the desk. Mr. Panetta, will you please read Amendment L005?
Amendment L005 to Senate Bill 190 by Senator Fenberg. Amend printed bill page 17, line 15, after the period add, if a controller enables a consumer to create, maintain, and access a bona fide loyalty rewards premium features discount club card or a similar program in connection with the controller's business. The consumer has the right to access the consumer's program account wherever it is available.
Senator Hansen.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I request a senatorial 5.
Committee will be in a senatorial 5.
Procedurally, we just have to print out one that now matches where the bill is. Because this was the old version. Right. Okay. All right.
All right, we are back, and we are to Amendment L005. Senator Hansen.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I withdraw L005 as it was corresponding to the previous version of the bill before the recent action of the cow, and we are preparing the substitute here in just one moment.
L005 has been withdrawn.
All right.
Senator Lundin. Senator Lundin.
Thank you very much. We will have an actual amendment that will be moved, and we can talk to that. But I would ask the amendment sponsor conceptually, what might this be about and what value would it potentially bring? Now, I will call out that I do not think this amendment is this now is the appropriate time to deal with this amendment. I don't believe this amendment belongs on this particular bill at this time. I will speak in opposition, but I'm more than happy to give the amendment sponsor the opportunity to speak to what the concept of the amendment is.
Well, we do have an amendment on the desk, so if we're going to discuss the amendment, I think it's appropriate that we first introduce it.
Oh.
There is an amendment on the desk. Mr. Panetto, will you please read Amendment L013?
Amendment L013 to Senate Bill
Senator
190.
Hansen.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move L013 to Senate Bill 190.
To the amendment, Senator Hansen.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and I appreciate the sponsors creating some space for this discussion. I think we have a strong bill in Senate Bill 190. I think it does a number of very important things. I think the piece that it's missing, though, is the ability for consumers to access their data when and if they want to, and to use that data in ways that they see fit. And right now, the bill allows that to happen twice per year. That's good, but we could make this bill even better. We could make this a great bill if consumers could get access to their data whenever they want and use that data as they see fit. And I think this is a really important concept, because if consumers always have to wait to get their own data or can't access their data in a convenient time and place or in a convenient way, then they aren't able to enjoy the value from the data that they are creating. Why should that be taken away from consumers? So that's really what L013 is about. It's taking the concept that's currently in the bill and just saying that consumers can get their data 365 days a year instead of 2 out of 365 days. So I ask for an aye vote on the L013.
Senator Rodriguez.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Senator, this fine senator from Denver. While I have read through this amendment, and it is a solid conversation to have, gentlemen. I'm not opposed to the concept. It's an important conversation to have. The issue we have is that this is something that has not been stakeholdered or vetted, and many of you, if you haven't heard or anything, we've worked really hard to keep everybody in the loop of this bill, working hard with the stakeholders, and this amendment has not been vetted at this point. So at this point, I do not support it, but I'm happy to continue the conversations. I ask for a no vote.
Senator Lundin.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I also rise in opposition to L013. Don't dislike the concept. Big concept, interesting concept, probably a bill, not an amendment to an already very large bill. It would create, quite frankly, another moving part within the bill. The bill gives you the ability to interact in a meaningful way with the controllers and the processors that deal with your data. This puts a third-party contractor in the middle of that and enables you to engage in a business relationship with a third party to help you manage your data in a different way. Not a bad idea, not appropriate for this bill. Oppose Amendment L013, but I do appreciate the conversation very much.
Further discussion on the amendment. Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of Amendment L013. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no? No. The noes have it, and the amendment is lost. Is there further discussion on Senate Bill 190? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of Senate Bill 190. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no? The ayes have it, and the bill is adopted. Mr. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move Senate Bill 200 lay over until tomorrow, May 26th.
The motion is to lay over Senate Bill 200 to tomorrow. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the bill will be laid over as requested by the Majority Leader. Mr. Panetta, will you please read the title of the House Bill 1027?
House Bill 1027 by Representative Larson, Robertson, Senators Bridges, and Priola concerning the authorization for certain alcohol license holders to offer alcoholic beverages for consumption off the licensed premises and in connection with making appropriation.
Senator Bridges.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move 1027.
Is there further discussion? Senator Garcia, Mr. President.
He's just senator when he's here.
There is an amendment on the desk. Mr. Panetta, will you please read the title to, or excuse me, would you please read Amendment L016?
Amendment L016 to House Bill 1027.
Senator Garcia.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move Amendment L016.
To the amendment, Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Members, I'd encourage an aye vote on this amendment. The reason I'm offering this amendment is grocery stores and liquor stores are only allowed to sell off-premise alcohol between the hours of 8 a.m. and midnight, and the same guardrail should apply to alcohol sales being consumed in off-premises. I'd encourage an aye vote.
Senator Bridges.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We ask for a no vote on this amendment.
Senator Priola.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes, a no vote on this amendment because this bill was worked on extensively in the House, came out of the House in very good position. It's critical to getting restaurants back on their feet, and I understand there are some folks that are still not happy with the policy change, but the public has enjoyed the policy change, and it's only for 5 years. It will help restaurants get back on their feet after this being shut down for 12 months, critical to our economy. Ask for a no vote on the amendment.
Is there further discussion on Amendment L016? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of Amendment L016. A division has been requested.
Liquor bills. Liquor bills.
The request for a division has been withdrawn. The question before us is the adoption of Amendment L016. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no? No! The noes have it, and the amendment is lost. There is an amendment on the desk. Mr. Panetta, will you please read Amendment L014?
Amendment L014 to House Bill
Senator
1027.
Hansen.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Members, we've got a little bit more work to do today, and I'd like everyone to focus in on 1027 here because we've got some pretty important decisions to make.
Senator Hansen, please move the amendment.
Thank you very much. I move L014.
To the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and appreciate the reminder. L014 is designed to create some symmetry, some reciprocity. We are making a very serious decision on this bill about extending for 5 extra years the ability for restaurants to sell to-go cocktails, etc. But Colorado remains an outlier on the flip side of that coin, which is that consumers are not able to bring a special bottle of wine into a restaurant. And Colorado is one of 5 states, only 5 states, that doesn't allow that in some form. So I am offering L014 to create an optional opt-in for restaurants. If they would like to offer this choice to their customers, they would be able to do so if we adopt L014. So the restaurant can say yes or no to offering that option to a customer. And if they say yes, they then can set any corkage fee that they would like. And there are examples all around the country of some restaurants having low corkage fees. There's some restaurants that have very high corkage fees depending on how they want to handle this issue. That's essentially what we're doing with L014, giving the option to the restaurant that they can offer this service of corkage to their customer. And I think this is an important part of this debate because we are making an extended decision here on to-go options for takeaway on alcoholic beverages, I would like to give the same option for the customer when they have a special bottle of wine. Maybe they have been saving it for years for a special dinner, and they would like to have the option to go to a restaurant that makes that available to them. That's L014. Very much appreciate your support on this amendment.
Senator Bridges.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The title of this bill is about alcohol to go, and while I am sympathetic with the policy position here, it is not about bringing alcohol from off-premise to on-premise. It's about the inverse. I would ask for a title ruling.
A title ruling has been requested, will be in a senatorial 5. The chair rules that Amendment L014 does not fit under the title. Is there further discussion on House Bill 1027? Mr. President, there is an amendment on the desk.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move Amendment L's.
1 second, Mr. President. We have to read the amendment.
You think I would know that?
There is an amendment on the desk. Mr. Panetta, will you please read Amendment L015?
Amendment L015 to House Bill
President.
1027.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move Amendment L015.
To the amendment, Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Members, I'd encourage an aye vote on Amendment L015. This will ensure that the review of this policy at this time of the Liquor Enforcement Division will have enough data to provide for the General Assembly with clear understanding of how this policy will be working. This would adjust the timeline from 2016 and substitute 2023.
Senator Priola.
I'll defer to Senator Gardner.
Senator Gardner.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. With respect to the President and this very well-crafted amendment, I'm sort of agnostic about it except for one thing. if we strike 2026 as the sunset and substitute 2023, that guarantees that we're going to have this discussion again in 2 years. And this is correct, as the majority leader calls out from the rogue gallery over here. It'll be a year earlier. And I almost think that I should take a 17C on this, because if it's 2026, I ain't going to be here. You see? And then you won't have to listen to me talk about the pros and cons. The pros and cons of takeaway liquor. So I think it's probably in everyone's interest here, as well as mine, that we leave the bill as is and vote no on L015.
Mr. Minority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I do ask for an aye vote on L015. I will not be here in 2023, but that's not why. I understand the motivation for the bill, and coming through the past year more with COVID, attitudes, perspectives, positions have changed here relative to the executive orders and the survival of restaurants who suffered. The liquor stores probably had a banner year last year. Restaurants did not. So to help the restaurants, those licensees during COVID, that was a significant change. But to leave this policy in place until 2026, I think is unnecessary. I think at some point we need to transition back to more where we were pre-COVID, and that licensees who are liquor store licensees and licensees who are restaurants, two different animals, two different licenses. So I understand the motivation for the bill. I get it. There's more convenience. I get it. But if COVID had never happened, I don't think House Bill 1027 would have ever made it out of its first committee. We're dealing with different circumstances, and I would suggest that those circumstances are already starting to sunset, and that for those reasons, I would support changing this to 2023 rather than allowing it go on to 2026.
Senator Gardner.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And with respect to the minority leader and his arguments, once the pandemic occurred, we entered a whole new world, and we did some things that we wouldn't have done otherwise. Some of them we're going to stop doing as quickly as we can, like having plexiglass between our desks. And others of them, we came to the realization of it's not a bad idea. For instance, I suspect we'll continue to have remote participation post-pandemic. We'll certainly have, I think we'll have remote participation for witnesses to committees. And what we've learned about the to-go cocktail is that it doesn't really cut into the liquor store trade. I mean, I don't order a bourbon on the rocks to go from the restaurant. I buy that bottle at the liquor store, if I were to do so. I mean, if I was a drinking man, let's put it that way. But I'm not going to make a margarita at home. You know, you can, but it's a lot of trouble. You can just order it from your favorite Mexican restaurant when you order the combo number 3. And it's better to just extend this to 2026. I suspect that there are those here who love this debate, and that's why they want it to happen again before they leave. But let's not have it. I just as soon remove 2026 and continue on, but vote no on L015. Unless you want to have this conversation with me again.
Senator Bridges.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I always want to have more conversations with you, Senator Gardner, but Senator from El Paso County. I also ask for a no vote on this amendment. We've been told by restaurants they need at least 5 years to recover. We should give them those 5 years to recover. So please vote no on this amendment.
Senator Gardner, if it means that we'll find out what's in combo number 3, maybe we should adopt this amendment. Is there further discussion on Amendment L015? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of L015. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no? No! Noes have it, and the amendment is lost. Senator Priola.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Members, again, ask for an aye vote on House Bill 1027. This was worked on in the House and came to broad agreement. And when does a bill come out of the House with broad agreement? I think it's clear that the restaurants have paid a heavy toll for this pandemic, and the 5 years in this bill will give plenty of time for plenty of data and restaurants to recuperate much of their losses in the prior year. And the bonus is the public supports this. It polls really high, and we live in an age of Uber Eats and delivery and so on and so forth. Again, ask for an aye vote.
Is there further discussion on House Bill 1027? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of House Bill 1027. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no? The ayes have it, and the bill is adopted.
So then I'm going to rise and report.
Mr. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move that the committee rise, report progress, and beg leave to sit again.
The motion is for the committee to rise, report progress, and beg leave to sit again. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no? The ayes have it, and the committee will rise, report progress, and beg leave to sit again later today.
The Senate will come to order. Senator Moreno.
Thank you, Mr. President. The committee has met and had a number of bills under consideration. Mr. Panetta, will you please read the report?
Mr. President, your committee of the whole begs leave to report has had in consideration the following task bills being second reading, therefore makes the following recommendations thereon. Senate Bill 190 as amended, passed on second reading, order and gross place the calendar for third reading, final passage. House Bill 1027 passed on second reading, order revised and placed on the calendar for third reading, final passage. Senate Bill 200 laid over until May 26, retaining its place on the calendar.
Consideration of resolutions. Will the clerk please read the resolution, Senate Joint Resolution 025?
Senate Joint Resolution 25 by Senator Van Bergen, Holbert, and Representatives Escar and McKean concerning the convening date for the 2022 second regular session of the 73rd General Assembly.
Mr. Majority Leader.
Is this the one we're both on? Huh. Do you want to run it? Do you want to move it? Yeah.
Senator, Mr. Minority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move Senate Joint Resolution 21-25.
Is there any discussion? Mr. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. We've been having so much fun this session.
Yes.
We cannot wait to come back. So, we are officially setting a date for when that will be. And that's why we urge you to support Senate Joint Resolution 25. Read the resolution.
January 12th.
Will the clerk please excuse Senator Kolker and Senator Sonnenberg from the roll call? Mr. Minority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, the resolution does propose that the next General Assembly, the next regular session, begin on Wednesday, January 12th, 2022. The state constitution requires that the General Assembly convene at or before, so by 10 a.m. of the second Wednesday of each year. This is the second Wednesday of the year. The other Wednesday option would be a week before, which would be January 5th. And that initially was my choice. However, we received input on the Executive Committee from Director Campman at the Joint Budget Committee. During a 120-day session, there are a series of deadlines, and even before the session, you might be familiar with bill deadlines, having your first two bills drafted through drafting, introduction deadlines, deadlines to get Senate bills out of the Senate and House bill out of the House. All of those deadlines are described in great detail, and they were originally built upon the concept that the General Assembly would start on a Wednesday. Now, the state constitution says at least by 10 a.m. on the second Wednesday of the year. So, if we're going to start on a Wednesday, that would mean either the 5th or the 12th. Director Campman pointed out that the March revenue forecast, that happens in March, and then there's a deadline to introduce the long bill. And I know that my colleagues, our colleagues who serve on the Joint Budget Committee are vastly more familiar with that than I am. But that date exists in this 120-day format. If we start on the 5th, then the March revenue forecast, which must occur, happens on the same date, but there would be 1 week less after the revenue forecast is provided for Joint Budget Committee staff and the Joint Budget Committee members to finalize the budget and introduce it. Could they do it? Probably, but Director Campman asked if we could start on the 12th. That gives them 1 more week after the revenue forecast to construct the budget. So the Executive Committee started to weigh in. I was one of the last to say, oh, okay, I kind of like the 5th better. It's not an election year, so let's start earlier and get it done. I also thought that incumbents, those of you who might have to run next year, or not, but especially those of you who have to run next year, you might prefer to get out of here earlier in May because you might be involved in a primary in June. But then Director Campman weighed in with the budget perspective, and I agreed, yes, there's a legitimate timing staff request to start on the 12th, so I'll give up on the 5th. So the resolution was drafted based on the 12th, and that's why. There might also be questions of, well, could we start on any other day than a Wednesday? Of course we can. And in fact, the next time we do this, 1 year from now, when we're looking at this resolution, it's very likely that it would propose that the General Assembly start in 2023 on a Monday, or maybe even a Friday. Why? Well, my first year in the House, we missed a constitutional requirement. And that is that every 4 years, the General Assembly has to approve the election results of the 4 statewide offices: Governor, AG, Secretary of State, and Treasurer. And in 2011, I got to come in with some of my colleagues here in the majority, and after the session started, the folks downstairs in OLLS and Ledge Council came up and said, oh, you know what? We missed the requirement in the Constitution to meet as the legislature to receive the results of those 4 statewide offices. Let's not allow that to happen again. So there's going to be an election for those 4 statewide offices in 2022, and I would guess that those of you who serve in the General Assembly starting in January 2023, my guess is, and what the resolution will say next year, you're going to start on a day before Inauguration Day, which is on a Tuesday. So whichever Tuesday that is, the first or second Tuesday of 2023, when the governor is sworn in, along with Secretary of State, Treasurer, and the Attorney General. My guess is that you will be meeting. I won't have to be here. I'll be somewhere else. I'll miss you all. But my guess in 2023 is you probably won't start on a Wednesday. You might. If the calendar works out, you might start on the first Wednesday. But for 2022, I agree with Director Campman. January 12th is a better date. I ask for an aye vote.
Is there further discussion? Senator Moreno.
Thank you, Mr. President. I didn't anticipate saying anything on this resolution, but I've said it before, and I'll say it again. The Joint Budget Committee appreciates your cooperation.
Senator Gardner.
Thank you, Mr. President. Wow. I didn't know one could talk so long about such a simple thing. But what I divined from that was we could start any day from the 5th. Yes, I'm being corrected from the gallery here, the Rogues Gallery. Anybody ever watch the 2 old guys and the Muppet? Anyway. We start on the 1st. I don't advise that. But, you know, practically the 5th through the 12th. And so why not? Now, I used to think that we would, once we started, we'd have to go 120 consecutive days. But it turns out that we took a poll across the street, and the poll on a 4-3 said, no, they don't have to be consecutive. So I really seriously thought, but I didn't prepare this amendment, and I don't want to call for a senatorial 5. We could start on the 5th. We could take a week for spring break, and then we'd finish no later than we would normally, and there's a lot to recommend that. If we started on Friday, the 7th, that means that our and we went straight through, like hopefully we do once again, we'd end on Friday, and that's really kind of cool. I don't think we want to start on Monday, because then that means you get to day 117 on a Friday, and you really want to go home and not come back on Monday. So I guess the 12th, if we got to start. But the more that the minority leader spoke about having violated the Constitution, I'm not sure that everything that's been done since then isn't null and void. But with that, vote yes, vote no. We'll be here in January. We may have new members. Some people may have new jobs. Some people may decide enough is enough already, but I plan to be here, whether it's the 5th or the 12th. Thank you.
Is there further discussion? Having no further discussion, the motion before the body is the adoption of Senate Joint Resolution 025. Are there any no votes? With 33 ayes, 0 noes, 0 absent, 2 excused, Senate Joint Resolution 025 is passed. Co-sponsors, Senators Moreno, Liston. Will the clerk please read the title to House Joint Resolution 1012?
House Joint Resolution 1012 by Representative Garnett and Neville and Senators Garcia and Sonnenberg concerning the installation of a sculpture on the state capitol grounds to memorialize Major General Maurice Rose.
Mr. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move House Joint Resolution 1012 and ask for an aye vote.
Is there any discussion? Seeing none, the motion is the passage of House Joint Resolution 1012. Are there any no votes? With 33 ayes, 0 noes, 0 absent, and 2 excused, House Joint Resolution 1012 is passed. Co-sponsors. Consideration of governor's appointments, consent calendar. Will the clerk please read all the appointments listed on the consent calendar?
Member of the Coal Mine Board of Examiners for term expiring July 1st, 2024, Nicholas Armando, Steamboat Springs, Colorado, serves as a coal mine owner, operator, or manager engaged in the underground mining and engineering experience in coal mining and occasioned by the resignation of John Carroll Polis of Pioneer, Colorado, appointed. Members of the Groundwater Commission for terms expiring May 1st, 2024, James M. Noble of Denver, Colorado, serves as representative of municipal industrial users, reappointed. Elizabeth Fowler of Glen Springs, Colorado, serves as a representative of Western Slope Municipal Industrial Users, reappointed. Members of the Parks and Wildlife Commission for terms expiring July 1st, 2024, Duke Phillips IV of Colorado Springs, Colorado, as a representative of Agriculture, appointed. Dallas Laverne May of Lamar, Colorado, as a representative of Agriculture, appointed.
Mr. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move for the confirmation of all the appointments listed on the consent calendar, which includes members of the Coal Mine Board of Examiners, the Groundwater Commission, and the Parks and Wildlife.
Is there any discussion? Seeing none, the motion is the confirmation of all those appointments on the consent calendar, which would include the Coal Miners Board of Examiners, Groundwater Commission, and the Parks and Wildlife Commission. Are there any no votes? With 33 ayes, 0 noes, 0 absent, and 2 excused, all of those appointments are confirmed. Consideration of governor's appointments. Will the clerk please read the appointments listed to the Colorado Tourism Office Board of Directors?
Members of the Colorado Tourism Office Board of Directors for a term expiring June 1st, 2022, Alexander Jane Boyan of Erie, Colorado, serves as at-large member from tourism-based industries and occasioned by the resignation of Kieran Kane of Lafayette, Colorado, appointed for terms expiring June 1st, 2024. Robert Stinchcomb of Lafayette, Colorado, serves as representative of the ski industry, reappointed. Wanda James of Denver, Colorado, serves as representative of the tourism-related retail industry and small business, reappointed. Laura Valdez of Fort Collins, Colorado, serves as representative of private travel attractions and casinos, appointed.
Senator Donovan.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the appointment of the members listed to the Colorado Tourism Office Board of Directors.
Is there any discussion? Seeing none, the motion is the confirmation of the governor's appointments to the Colorado Tourism Office Board of Directors. Are there any no votes? Senators Heisey, Liston, the Minority Leader, Lundin, Cook, Gardner, Scott, Kirkmeyer, Woodward. With 24 ayes, 9 no votes, 0 absent, and 2 excused, those appointments are confirmed. Will the clerk please read the appointment to the Groundwater Commission?
Members of the Groundwater Commission for a term expiring May 1st, 2023, Jason Ryan Crane of Springfield, Colorado, serves as a resident agriculturalist from the southern High Plains, occasioned by the resignation of Blake Austin Gorley of Springfield, Colorado. Appointed for a term expiring May 1st, 2024, Timothy Palter, Stratton, Colorado, a resident agriculturalist from northern High Plains Basin, appointed.
Senator Donovan.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move for the appointment of the listed members to the Groundwater Commission.
Is there any discussion?
You're on both of them.
No,
You wanted to do this one.
I want that, this one I'm in opposition to.
Okay.
Senator Corn.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would ask to sever the two members of the Groundwater Commission.
Members, this is how we will proceed. First, we will take a vote on all of the remaining appointments to the commission, and then we will take a vote on the severed individual. There has been a request to sever one member.
Yeah, there's only two, so you want to sever, you want to take off.
I'm okay with Halter. Crane, I have opposition.
Okay.
Senator Donovan.
Do you want me to make a new, draw that and just make them?
Just vote on each one.
Okay.
Vote separately on
So
each one.
we'll do Palter first.
I'm not going to comment.
Yes.
So you want me? So Palter and then.
The motion is the confirmation of Timothy Poulter to the Groundwater Commission. Are there any no votes? With 33 aye votes, 0 no votes, 0 absent, and 2 excused, Timothy Poulter is confirmed. The next motion is the confirmation of Jason Crane to the Groundwater Commission. Is there any discussion? Senator Quorum.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm a slow reader, so I will read my file as fast as I can. Members, this is a contentious situation that's been going on for a couple of years in the Southern High Plains District. Southern High Plains is part of the Ogallala Aquifer, 8 states that takes water from the Ogallala Aquifers. And I have been very concerned, enough concerned last year, that we brought legislation concerning water speculation. Now, let me tell you what is happening here and why I am in opposition of Mr. Crane. There's all kinds of information here from the USGS, even the state of Colorado, where the depletion of the aquifer is happening. What has happened in the Southern High Plains has been a rather rubber stamp as far as I'm concerned. They have not taken consideration of the available water, and there have been protests. The Colorado Constitution says the water belongs to the people of the state of Colorado. So my good friend, Representative Wes McKinley, filed some protests. And they denied his hearings, even though the Colorado Constitution says in the Groundwater Commission that they must have the hearings. And anyway, he continued to file the complaints, and this investment firm originally started out with 29 wells. These wells are 50 gallons per minute. And then they did an initial 35 at 50 gallons a minute. But the Ogallala Aquifer is down hundreds of millions or millions of gallons over the years. The state of Oklahoma and Kansas have expressed their concern of what's happening in Colorado. And frankly, I do not believe that the Southern High Plains Water District is operating in good faith. I was very concerned with the question, when asked the question of Mr. Crane, what is your position in granting water permits to a depleting aquifer without knowing if there's water available? A very disturbing answer came back. If you've got the money to file the permit, and that's $100, you get the water. I think that's absolutely wrong, and I think there's things that really need to be investigated. Mr. Crane is replacing Mr. Gorley, who was on the commission before. I mentioned speculation. Mr. Gorley sold his farm to a man named Krutzinger, who, as I understand, is part of the LGS holding that's filing all these water claims. And the warranty deed says that he was paid $3,930,000 on December the 14th of 2019. Good for him. The gentleman he sold the water to, the land to, signed a warranty deed in Nebraska on December the 10th, 4 days before he owned it. Sold it to someone from Iowa at a selling price of $5,230,000. $1,003,000 in 4 days. That's better than legislators get along, I can tell you. But it's, I could go on and on and on and give you all kinds of information. I have worked on this situation for, well, over 2 years. The good senator from Colorado Springs has certainly been a great ally in me, but I'm going to ask for a no vote on the confirmation of Mr. Crane. And with that, I think we do send a message to the Groundwater Commission, all those in charge, that we are watching and you follow statute and regulation. So I ask for a no vote on Mr. Jason Crane.
Is there further discussion? Seeing none, the motion is the confirmation of Jason Crane to the Groundwater Commission. Are there any no votes? Senators Liston, Gardner, Undine, Rankin, Minority Leader, Woodward, Heisey, Kirkmeyer, Smallwood, Scott, Cook, Lee, Buckner, Priola, Winter, Zenzinger, Janol, Moreno, Gonzalez, Pedersen, Quorum, with 12 aye votes, 21 no votes, 0 absent, and 2 excused, Jason Crane is not confirmed. Will the clerk please read the appointments to the Parks and Wildlife Commission?
Member of the Parks and Wildlife Commission for a term expiring July 1st, 2024, James J. Tuckton of Hasty, Colorado, as representative of a nonprofit organization that promotes conservation and recognizes non-consumptive wildlife use, appointed.
Senator Donovan.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move for the appointment of the member listed on the Parks and Wildlife Commission.
Is there any discussion? Senator Quorum.
Thank you, Mr. President. I was a no vote on Mr. J. Tuxton to the Parks and Wildlife Commission. And once again, I can read it at length if you desire, but I have actually never had any more emails and letters and phone calls. And I think he's a nice man. But I'm very concerned that his life as an attorney of the Wild Earth Guardians, among several others, and he does not fit the position of representing the sportsmen and hunters and the citizens of Colorado. Like I say, I think he's a fine man. I did talk to him after I voted no, but I'm concerned that he is definitely a lightning rod. I'm sure many of you have heard this. In Parks and Wildlife, they're in a tough situation right now, and to ostracize the hunters and anglers over this appointment, frankly, I think is too high to pay. So for the reasons that he does not have the support of the hunting and fishing communities, landowners, farmers, ranchers, and sportsmen throughout the state, I ask for a no vote.
Senator Rankin.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. No, this appointment does not have the support of those most affected, the sportsman community, Associated Governments of Northwest Colorado. I've received numerous letters asking us to reconsider this nomination. I'm sure the candidate is very well qualified to do what he has a record of doing, which is suing the government. And I wonder if a person who has a background of resisting hunting, having an aversion to hunting, essentially suing to stop various aspects of wildlife management and hunting, is really the right. I wonder if that comports with sitting down on a commission and actually discussing issues and coming up with resolutions. Certainly the people most affected do not think so. So I would urge a no vote. I think we can find someone more compatible and let Mr. Johnson continue to play his role of opposing actions of the Parks and Wildlife Commission.
It pains me to do so, but the good senator from Carbondale is fined $3 for referring to the president as the chairman. A good point of order has been raised by the good senator from Brighton. The last fine was $7, so Senator Rankin is fined $7 accordingly per the senator from Brighton. Further discussion. Mr. Minority Leader.
Thank you, Your Excellency, the esteemed President of the Colorado Senate. One of my favorite things to do is to hike around in the wilderness of Colorado with my bow. If you're kind, you might refer to that as bow hunting. But in all actuality, it's really just really long days hiking around with my bow. Archery.
Oh.
Yeah, not
your...
no. Yeah. I have been a rifle hunter and I have been a bow hunter. I have paid a lot of money for license fees. And when I'm lucky enough to harvest an animal, it's not saving money on that protein. It actually costs more, and it certainly costs more in time. So I'm a member of this community. I support hunting, wildlife. I support the state government in its efforts because I pay those license fees. I wish there was a separate license to just hike around with my bow, but there isn't. I have to pay the same price as those who actually harvest an animal, and my goodness, is it difficult in archery. But I really enjoy it. And because I'm part of that community, I'm going to listen attentively to constituents, not just who live in the district that I'm blessed to represent, but across this state. And I think the good senator from Montrose may have mentioned this, someone I think did earlier. Has there been an appointment that you have received more emails in opposition to than this one? Now, this is my 11th session in the General Assembly, and the answer for me is no. So to all of you out there in Colorado who have advocated against this appointment, your voice has been heard, and I will vote no. I wanted to share one of those emails. I won't share the gentleman's name or the company name, but he's been a resident of Colorado. He's a native of Colorado, and he's been here for 34 years. He's been an outfitter for 34 years. And he's asking us to please oppose the appointment of Jay Tutchin to the Wildlife Commission. This position should not be designated to anyone who would pursue an agenda outside of what state statute, historical lifestyles, and wildlife management clearly define with the principles of the North American model of wildlife conservation and the basics of wildlife management. He does not represent the majority of Coloradans who partake in wildlife outdoor activities and wildlife activities. I'll just leave it there. Sorry, I'm having a little bit of trouble reading it with my bifocals. His past record of radical anti-hunting agendas does not belong in this arena. And I think the good senator from Montrose mentioned this. I think that this appointee has a clear record of suing, of taking action against the hunting community. Okay, he can do that. But this appointment actually would give him a position of authority within that community. Can we envision someone from the state government who opposes skiing, helping ski resorts regulate ski resorts? That seems somewhat contrary to the interests of ski resorts, but I don't know. This appointment is contrary to the community. And if you're not in favor of hunting, okay, you have a right to do that. It's a legal activity in this state. It's not just a legal activity, but we require people to go to a class to handle a firearm, and then we require them to get a license, get a tag. And this community has been more outspoken, I think, than any other appointment that I've seen. I guess my 4 years in the House, we didn't get those emails because the House doesn't vote on governor's appointments, confirmations. But that's what we do here in the Senate. So I'm asking you, don't vote based on party affiliation. Please don't vote based on your opinion of hunting. Please vote based on the perspective of people who are affected in this community, and ask yourself, have you ever seen so much advocacy against an appointment? I think the answer is no. Does that mean that we wouldn't have someone in this position? No, it just means that the governor would need to go back to the drawing board and find somebody more suitable for this position. Ask for a no vote. Thank you, Mr. President.
Having no further discussion, the motion before the body is the confirmation of James Tutchinson to the Parks and Wildlife Commission. Are there any no votes? Senators Cook, Gardner, Mr. Minority Leader, Simpson, Liston, Heisey, Lundeen, Kirkmeyer, Coram, Woodward, Smallwood, Scott, Priola, Rankin. With 19 ayes, 14 no votes, 0 absent, and 2 excused, that appointment is confirmed. Consideration of conference committee reports. Will the clerk please read the title of Senate Bill 017?
Senate Bill 17 by Senators Heisey and Zenzing and Representative Larson and Bradfield concerning sexual contact between a student and an educator in violation of public trust.
Senator Heisey.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the Senate adopt the first report of the First Conference Committee on SB 017.
Is there any discussion? Senator Zenzinger.
Thank you, Mr. President. So just to give you all a little bit of indication, in the conference committee, we unanimously adopted this report, which was very satisfying and satisfactory to the sponsors and all parties involved. I just wanted to give you a little bit of indication that what we did now is that we incorporated the proper range of offenses that were missing in the Senate version, and we included the employment consequences that were central to the House version. So we did what I think was a very artful blend of the two versions, and I encourage your aye vote.
Is there further discussion? Senator Heisey.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would like to thank the chairman of the conference committee for artfully blending those two and managing to get the House folks on board while retaining criminal penalties for the most egregious of these crimes.
Having no further discussion, the motion is the adoption of the first report on the First Conference Committee on Senate Bill 017. Are there any no votes? With 33 ayes, 0 noes, 0 absent, and 2 excused, the first report of the First Conference Committee on Senate Bill 217 is adopted.
Outstanding.
Senator Heisey.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move for the repassage of Senate Bill 017.
Is there any discussion? Seeing none, the motion is the repassage of Senate Bill 017. Are there any no votes? With 33 ayes, 0 noes, 0 absent, and 2 excused, Senate Bill 017 is repassed. Co-sponsors. Senators Lundeen, Woodward, Kirkmeyer, Gardner, Winter, Liston, Rankin. Please add the president. Message from the House.
May 25th, the House has passed on third readings and transmitted to revised statutes House Bill 1311 amended as printed in the House Journal May 22nd and amended in third reading as printed in the House Journal May 25th. The House has passed on third reading and transmitted to revised statutes House Bill 1209 amended as printed in the House Journal May 22nd. The House has passed on third reading and transmitted to revised statutes House Bills 1275, 1318, 1314 amended as printed in the House Journal May 24th.
Message from the reviser.
May 25th, we herewith transmit without comment as amended House Bill 1311, without comment as amended House Bills 1209, 1275, 1314, and 1318.
Message from the governor.
Monday, May 24th, Colorado Senate. Honorable members of the Colorado Senate, pursuant to the authority vested in the office of the governor of the state of Colorado, I have the honor to inform you that I have approved and filed with the Secretary of State the following acts. Senate Bill 58, approval of alternative principal programs, approved on Monday, May 24th at noon.
Announcements. Mr. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, the plan now is to break for, there is a plan. We may not do everything according to the plan, but here's the plan. We're going to break and do the upon adjournment committees, and then we will come back, we'll finish up our work on the floor, and then we will go into the afternoon committees, which they'll still be afternoon. So that's the plan. So that would mean that we will break here and go into Senate Finance and Senate Health, and then we will come back to the floor. I'm not going to set a specific time. We will hopefully come back as soon as the two committees are done with their work. If it seems like it is going quite a while, we may actually just do a call to the Senate before it's done, and then have the committees pause. We'll do our work on the floor, and then they can resume their work if need be, but hopefully we'll be able to get both committees done to come back. So that's the plan, Mr. President, unless there are other announcements. Yeah, so Mr. President, if because we are squeezing in several committees today, if you are double booked on a committee, we will likely, we will make sure that the committee sort of, if you're not already being replaced by leadership, the next committee will meet upon adjournment of the first committee that you're on, if that makes sense. So we'll talk more about this when we come back before we go into the afternoon committees, but that is the plan for now. Are there any other? I think the two committees, Finance and Health, will meet 15 minutes upon the motion to recess, but I'll see if the Chair of Health wants to. Rhonda, do you have anything?
Announcements. Senator Phillips.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just want to build on what the Majority Leader mentioned. Senate Health and Human Service Committee will meet after Ag. So we do have some appointments in Ag, and so 15 minutes when we're done with those appointments in Ag, then we will have the Senate Health and Human Service Committee, and we have 4 bills up. And we're in our regular committee room, 357.
It pains me to, once again today, find the good senator from Arapahoe County $7 for referring to the president as the chair. Further announcements. Senator Winter.
Thank you, Mr. President. Transportation will be meeting later today, but we will not be hearing Senate Bill 264. We will hear 264 tomorrow morning in a special upon adjournment meeting of Transportation and Energy. So this is different than our regular schedule for those on Transportation and Energy. One more time, we are going to do an upon adjournment meeting tomorrow for 264.
Mr. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. Is there something else you have to say?
Wait, that wasn't right. Right? Yeah.
Mr. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. Just to clarify.
Members, please listen to the Please listen to the Majority Leader.
Senate Finance Committee and Senate Health and Human Services Committee will meet in 15 minutes. Then we will come back to the floor. We'll finish our work here on the floor, and then we will adjourn for afternoon committees. They will not be meeting at the 1:30 or 2 o'clock times that are listed in the calendar. They will meet when we are done with floor work. It'll be a little bit later in the afternoon. Mr. President, for now, I move that the Senate stand in recess.
You have heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed no. The ayes have it, and the Senate will stand in recess.